And the important information that came from that post game roleplay was the island was dangerous, especially at night. They kept campfires along the paths in between. She told you that. It was about a half-day travel to what she called the Peril Home, and it turns out Peril was the name of the ship they came on. They call it Peril Home, and that's where Lord went to whenever they had their split. Um, One
Was
thing,
it?
the reason they had the campfires,
Was Peril Home like the main settlement at one point? Is that what was kind of implied?
yes,
Okay, cool.
yes, it was. Okay, so most of the people, in fact, everybody from the shipwreck has died over time. The last being the important one to those two was a priest, um, a, a Pyresian priest, and he was the one that pretty much kept everybody together. When he passed, they quarreled, they split, and now and the whole time there was a danger in the dark. The sounds of the sounds of weeping could be heard. There was something dangerous in the woods, and the campfires kept it at bay. Okay. So at the end of at the end of this meal, which probably took an hour to 2 hours with everything involved, there was the strange moment of eerie silence in the woods when everything stopped, and then the loud, painful yelling of a man from outside. And let's go ahead and go here. Just give me one sec. Sitting in this crater on the ground, plants pulled back as if by force, leaves torn from the trees, shrubbery ripped. You saw this man laying on his back, fists stretched to the heavens, shouting out in this language. And you guys can roll. Shit, what's the language skill? How do I not know this?
Linguistics.
Brad.
Speak language.
And you have that. Go ahead and roll your linguistics. I just want to see it. Everybody can roll it, but if you have ranks in it, you might be able to tell more. I think linguistics might be trained only, but I'm going to let you guys do it anyway.
Yeah, normally it is.
Okay, so anybody who's untrained in this, if you get a 10 or higher, you can definitely recognize it as Talborian, this elven language. Elves still speak it, but it's from the ancient elven homeland that is no more anymore. But there are still people that speak this language, especially who have family or ancestors that used to live in the realms. Let's see.
Regular elves or frost elves?
These are regular elves.
The
In
frost
fact, the
elves
regular
are
elves
on
don't have a
Dolantoa.
homeland anymore. The regular elves used to have homeland, but I mean we can get into knowledge locals with that later. But with this linguistics, you recognize it with a 10. You recognize it as an elven language. Okay, and go ahead and throw this out there.
Question.
Yes.
How do I get the video box on the Roll20?
If you click the name of the voice channel again, it should pop up, I think.
'Cause I know I was able to do it sometime before.
We're not doing the video on Roll20 itself. It's going to be all through Discord.
Yeah.
Oh, was it on there last time I joined in?
Yep.
No, we had this.
Oh, it was on
Somehow I
Discord.
Yeah, we were still on Discord.
When you guys spoke, I could see who was speaking.
For
Oh,
me,
so you
I
had
just
it, like,
clicked.
popped up.
Yeah, for me, I just clicked the name of the voice channel. So like, what the fuck is it called? Sagardis video.
Sagardis
backslash
video?
or forward slash.
Interesting.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
I'm just naive to figure out how the fuck to do this. Let's see. There's that, but pop out? What's that do? Okay, maybe it's the pop out thing. That'll work, I think.
Again, if you guys can't see anything or anything looks weird, just let me know so I can change it pretty much immediately.
Right, everything is good currently.
Yep.
My perspective.
What's ridiculous is I feel like, and maybe I'm misremembering, but I feel like the dynamic lighting looks worse now. Like it's got jagged edges instead of nice soft edges.
Mine doesn't look that bad.
Oh, like the anti-aliasing thing.
Yeah, that sort of thing. It's just like really sharp. Maybe I'm misremembering, but I felt like it looked a lot softer and nicer before. I don't remember.
Mine's acting. My Roll20 is acting really weird. I may have to close it up and back up. I'm so glad I downloaded Foundry. Like, it doesn't. It worked better before they improved it.
Yeah.
Yeah, my
Oh,
other
yeah, I gotta
server
close-
uses Fantasy Grounds, but you have to pay for that one. So
Yep. Well, we ended up having to pay for Foundry as well, but it's a one-time fee, so that's nice.
yeah, I think Fantasy Grounds is 2, and it was only the DM has to pay for it. So
Yeah.
because you can download it for free and then join free if you're just
Yeah,
playing.
yeah. That's
It's
what
just
we
like-
ended up doing with Foundry
Yeah.
as well.
I've not used Foundry yet, but I've heard good things.
I've heard nothing but good things.
I've heard nothing.
That works too.
I've heard butt,
But
Oh yeah, yeah. We were talking about a lot of butt
All
today.
the butts.
Yeah. but pretty heavy on the butt talk too, actually.
I think we were heavy on butt talk, masturbation,
Yeah,
For
it was
some
it was
reason,
all over the place.
porn. Yeah,
Yeah,
we
this
were
took, this took a
all
wild
there.
turn. Let's be real.
We were in a
Yes.
very, very sensitive smut area that we liked.
So
like those are all
Roll20
common
isn't
terms.
opening for me, so just give me a sec. Don't move your videos around until I can get in here.
Oh, we're moving.
Oh, I'm moving.
Damn it! I
Then
can't
I
do
like
anything
you.
about it.
I'll listen to you. I'll take your advice on that.
A
moving
million
in.
XP.
Yes, awesome.
And the
I
right
am now
to-
the
and the
highest
right to
level
move it
person here.
around.
I'm just gonna smite everyone. I don't think I can smite, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
Hey, somewhere along the lines, you got the ability to smite. I don't know why this isn't working.
With
All right, let me open
million
Edge.
XP,
Just
she
give me a
could
sec,
take
fucking
like
Edge.
levels in Paladin. It's fine.
Smite is an unrecognized command.
Don't ruin my
Just give me a
phone.
sec. Let me open this in Edge.
Download faster.
Edge,
so
you
it
gross.
leaves.
And it's not letting me open it in Chrome for some reason. Try Opera or Firefox next. We'll see. I ain't fucking around. We're playing tonight.
It's been too long.
Yeah.
I got so much shit ready. Alright. Okay, I think this is working. Even though it specifically just told me it was not a supported browser. I think it's working. Gotcha.
I like that
Light
the
and
halfling's token is technically slightly smaller or slightly larger than everyone else's, and Orin is still fat.
Yeah, I didn't want to change Orin. Alright, there you go. Is that better?
That's fine.
Alright.
I just thought it was funny.
Everybody can see, right? Ely, you can see?
Yes, now I can.
Gotcha. Okay, so there you guys are. What do you do? Patience, you peer out, and I'm pretty sure you can clearly see this over there. Yep, you can. To the northish.
It's a step behind her, and I still have my hand on my glaive, but I'm not drawing it yet.
Patience,
Every-
I think, is gonna try to very calmly approach this severely burned person that's on the ground. She obviously can't communicate with them because of the language she doesn't recognize, except that it's a language she cannot speak or understand. And will probably try to like assist him, taking one glance into the house to make sure her mother is safe back there, as she is still worried about her frailness currently.
Okay, go ahead and move yourself one movement. Everybody can move themselves one movement. So pain racks through your fucking body, Jace. Your skin, you feel it crack and tug with every shout to the heavens. You feel the heat of pus and clear liquid already pooling on the wounds all over you. It hurts like hell.
I feel like I'm fading, like going unconscious.
The world definitely, the sky definitely shimmers in front of you. You almost feel like you have tunnel vision as you just feel this intense pain around you. You lay in a thorn bush in a dirt crater on the ground, rocks and pebbles digging into your burnt flesh. All right, go ahead and roll perception, Jace.
Okay.
I'm just trying to give you an idea of how the user character sheet. This is your tutorial. Roll
Thank you.
perception to see if you're being attacked. So open your character sheet, and you should see your skills. Just click on the word perception. There you go.
God damn.
Yeah.
Wait, why am I out of this? I'm out of the. I can't see what people are saying here. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Noise.
As this happens and you lay there, like I said, you're in intense pain. As you look over your shoulder, you see a pen made out of logs raised up in a circular area. You see the back of a pig through a lower part in this area right here. Uh, it squeals loudly at the commotion and everybody running out, and it runs up against the wall over here. Towards this cabin that's sitting wherever you're at, you're very disoriented. You see a group of people coming out, all of them equipped with weapons. One of them has this one right here. In fact, quick description. You guys make it really quick. Adriel, describe
You
yourself.
see a very well built woman, clearly very strong, wearing leather armor and has a glaive strapped to her back that she's got her arm on, her hand on, sort of long braids.
Okay.
Question.
And one thing I want to mention about her as she's coming, her clothing looks very exotic. I assume, or at least her style and your
Yeah,
weapon
probably.
itself. It looks
look
very
very-
exotic to you.
They look very odd to me.
She does specifically.
Attire and whatnot.
Her specifically looks different, more exotic than the rest. But we'll get more into that when you're not
Gotcha.
covered in blisters and sores. Okay, Kellen,
Um, Fairly
go ahead,
tall,
Tempe.
human male, um, short dark hair, dark black beard, kind of green tunic, brown trousers, no armor or weapons actual present except for a belt knife.
Okay, and patience.
You see a rather tall, very lithe. You maybe mistake her for an elf herself, but she has almost like an odd green blue tinge of designs kind of crawling across her skin. And even her skin itself looks like it has a aspect of translucence to it. There is a bow strapped across her back and a dagger at her side, but she wears a almost childlike expression for someone who looks to be already an adult.
And finally, Lewintherin.
Yeah, so at this point, just peeking out of the doorway, you see an almost regal looking elven figure, but elven of the Arctic variety, an Onto an elf, which means I have stark white hair and pale white bluish skin. A wicked looking blade rests at my side, and on my other hip, you'd swear you see a book hanging, which seems just odd. But I kind of not tall, not short, pretty nondescript in that regard. I seem easy on my feet, but you can't tell much more than the fact that I look like I have strong bearing.
And one thing I want, am I muted? Okay. One thing I want to mention, Jace, as you see this Ondoantoan elf, this bluish hued frost elf, he's probably one of the most familiar when it comes to garb and everything. The frost elves live to the north of where your people are from, and you probably had you've traded with them before, and that is, we didn't write this down, but it is one of the languages we discussed. So you're familiar at least with these frost elves. They're tribal, and
Okay.
they worship a silver dragon. Silver dragons is their thing.
Sweet.
Yeah.
At least
Okay.
at least I recognize something.
Yeah, and his clothing and style looks more familiar than the rest.
Awesome.
Okay, Jace, let's hear a quick description of you, and then we'll go ahead and we'll just describe what we do, because I don't think anybody's fighting each other.
I assume that I'm to a knee. Let's see. I have a leather armor on, a steel shield, and a long sword, and probably a bow on my back with a quiver. Probably look pretty like pissed off and like bleeding and pussing from my face.
Hell yeah.
And confused on what the fuck just happened, trying to get my bearings.
And as you guys, sorry, go ahead.
Looking at the closest bush and thinking about jumping into it and hiding. I'm not ready for a fight.
And as you guys get closer, it's apparent that, did you say the left side, Ely?
Yes.
Is that what we decided? The left side is just so badly burnt and scarred that there's no fucking eye there left anymore. It goes across his cheek and his nose and his eye, and it's just a nasty, horrifying burn wound. And as he's reaching up, his hand was up as he was yelling into the heavens. There's something clutched in his hand. All right, go ahead and just go at it, guys.
Go ahead and what?
Just say what you do.
Oh, she is immediately going to reach into one of her pockets and pull out her Sagundi vial that has the +2 heal on it, and is going to quickly get up to him without really running. Because again,
Smarter?
she's trying to be as non-threatening as possible, and will uncork it from like her mouth and kind of hold it in front of her, kind of like with another hand placating, saying, wait, 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 and will look down at him and just kind of pour it on his face. Just like full on just dump it on him, because
Oh man, I don't
she's
know
a
about
little
this.
panicking. And then she's kind of gonna, like, after she pours, because she's gonna throw it to the side and kind of make this motion, and will try to heal him to her best ability, to either rip off part of her shirt or clothes to or at least wrap a gauze or bandage around his face, just to give him basic first aid with that potion, and hope he doesn't immediately die.
Does it look like he landed in like a crater or anything, or is he just on the ground? Like, does it look like he fell, like, or exploded?
I think Ben might be frozen.
I think Ben is frozen.
Yep, he is.
Ben, blink once if you need help.
It's not even moving.
Looks like he doesn't need
That's
help.
some skill right there.
He's good. He's fine. All right, everyone.
That's straight up skill. I'm gonna send him a message because he probably doesn't know.
Probably.
Yeah, what if he's just talking and thinking, just kind of.
Well, maybe someone DM him. Oh wait.
Okay, I'm back.
There he is.
No, I lost
You just
connection for a
died.
minute there. Yeah,
Okay, you died. Got it.
I'm alive again. Okay, so sorry, man. I basically missed every single part of that from where I
That is
froze.
all right. Patience is basically running up, uncorking one of the health vials she has, and is going to just full on dump it on his face while making like placating motions, throw it to the side, and immediately then like rip off part of her sleeve, because she has bandages on her, and try to like just kind of hit the side of his face that is the most ugly, with burns.
Okay,
And she's
go
gonna,
ahead.
make kind of quiet shushing noises, because she doesn't have any words to do.
Okay, go ahead and move all of your minis up there if you're
Ben
getting
gets
close.
back. I'm probably fucking in panic mode at this point, or like
Back.
fight or flight mode.
Okay, so what do you do? You know what? Just to simplify this a bit, as they come up to you, man, the pain is just too much, and it goes dark. He passes out as you're ripping the sleeve off and splashing him in the face with a random liquid. All right, yeah, the world goes dark. It's finally too much for you, Jace. and
Right, I'm gonna run to the
you
bathroom
fall,
real quick. Sorry, guys.
and then you use the bathroom all over yourself. It's just
Just absolutely does he defecate or does he just urinate?
both. I mean, if you're gonna do one, you
Oh.
might as well take care of both.
I mean, he could be technically tripleizing himself.
Wait, what? I don't know what that is.
Tripleizing? You shit, you pee, and you come at the same time?
I've never been lucky enough to experience this. We've
We got
He's
some
doing
dark
that. Well,
I love
places.
the natural progression of
Uh,
getting to know everybody.
Yeah, it's been interesting.
Yeah, we've learned
I-
a lot of things about each other. None of them we can ever put in a bio or a birthday card if we're in
Perfect.
public. So-
I can censor myself less, and I'm fine with this. All right. Okay, so you get up there. He's unconscious. His hair is burnt on the top of his head. Roll a heal check as you get close.
I did. It wasn't great, so I'm actually going to spend a heal point on this,
Well,
hero point on this one.
Go ahead and spend your hero point. You can either reroll or add 4.
Okay. I'm going to re-roll.
Okay.
Let's see here. And pray this. Nope. Still shitty.
Damn.
God fucking
Okay.
damn it.
As you get up there, the burns are horrible. You're not sure what happened to this guy. And you're kind of distracted because as you come close, all of
I'm
you,
glad I at
you
least
see his
recognize
hand
the
slightly
elf.
open.
Or
You can see as
Fair-
you
like,
come closer,
something
it's slightly
about him.
distracting. His hand is slightly open
My
from what he's
mic
clutching.
working?
In his hand, yeah. Can you hear us?
Yeah, Ben's talking. Can you hear him?
no, I cannot.
Oh,
Oh,
I
we
can't
can
hear
him.
anyone else.
You
Can you hear us?
you can't hear me?
Hear you?
Here.
Yep.
So you can hear
you can hear
Rachel,
everyone
you
but
can
Ben?
hear Brad.
I'm not hearing Gopher. If he's
Oh,
speaking.
what? Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear him. I don't even see a
So, it's
picture of. Is
everyone
there
but
supposed to be
Ben.
a picture of Ben?
I see a
Hey,
picture
Ely,
of
can you
Ben.
hear me? Can you hear me? Can you
Okay.
hear me?
I
Can you
see a
hear me?
blank
Can you hear
spot.
me?
I see Ben there, but
Okay, I'm going
like,
to
not working.
since my computer got fucked up. Let me just back out and come back in. Just give me one
Okay.
sec.
Does that
Okay.
mean I should like hang up and rejoin or something?
No, he's gonna
No.
do that.
You're good, Ely.
All right. Can you hear me, Ely? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
I wish I had a Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Ely, can you hear me? Okay, tell him to
It's like
disconnect and
honestly,
reconnect.
Ely, disconnect and reconnect.
Yeah,
Thank
last
you.
time.
That was a weird issue. Okay, but just like I was saying, something is clutched in his hand. As you come closer with your slip of cloth, you put the healing ointment on him. His fingers open. You see in his hand is a gnarled, pinkish blue piece of flesh. He's holding a huge hunk of a severed nose.
It's working. Now,
What the fuck?
kind of.
Patience will stop wringing her hands for like 2 seconds to kind of like be like, oh goodness, and will very gingerly, like with just like a littlest bit of her fingers, and kind of just pluck it from his hand if she can.
Wait, what? What? No.
You're unconscious, bro.
I'm
You're
unconscious. Oh, okay.
We
You
need,
asleep?
we
That's
should
what I
get
was-
him
okay.
inside.
As you grab it, this thing is fucking greasy and porous and filled with the fucking hugest, disgusting blackheads you've ever seen. It is disgusting. Hairs come out of it, and it just smells wretched.
She is still pinching and holding it. Her nose is like in the back of her hand. She's going, oh no. I'm gonna show this to mother. Oh god. And-
Roll fortitude save, patience.
Let's see. 42. There it is. It's an 8.
All right, you throw up in your mouth a little bit.
Oh, god damn it. There's some bile in her mouth. She kind of spits it to the ground. She's like, oh, I can't do this. But she still doesn't want to let it go because it's evidence. And she knows her mother will most likely know what it is.
Kellen will go grab some leaves, a handful of leaves, and offer it to her. Here, put it on this.
She kind of like full arm's length as much as possible. She's stretching as much as possible to get it away from her, and like gingerly just kind of drops it on the leaf that is offered to her.
All right, you guys swear that the nostrils dilate a little bit as if it's sniffing. Like there's some sort of spasm, and it looks like it's.
I'm gonna put a leaf over the nose itself so I don't see it anymore.
All right, that seems to solve the problem.
If we can't see it, it's not real.
All right, so who's
To
lifting this dude's bod?
yeah, to Kellen, I'm gonna say, is it safe to move him? We should get him inside.
Yeah, I guess if he starts screaming when we try to move him, then he's too injured to move him.
No, that
Let's
sounds
start
like a
screaming
very,
when we try to move him.
very proficient doctor.
I mean,
He's got
Patient,
the ranks in heal. He's just got healing spells.
I'm holding the
Patience?
nose here.
Yeah, I'll grab the feet.
well, patients can put his hands up. If we have maybe like an extra burlap sack or like a cape, we could kind of roll him onto it, then drag him. I worry that if you grab him, his skin's gonna fall off. I didn't do very
I've-
good. His skin's gonna fall off.
Lantern, are you in the house?
I heard somebody say we need to take him inside, so I
Okay.
kind of just went back inside to make sure.
And as you went back through, everybody was pretty much standing outside watching this. I mean, it just makes sense. And Millie says, "Hold on, I'll get one of my sheets." And she goes in and grabs a sheet that looks like it was made out of a sail at one point. It's kind of canvasy, but well worn, and brings it out.
All right, I'll probably set the nose and leaf pile on the ground and just help kind of load this body onto the sheet canvas.
All right.
And probably just like put the pile and whatnot on his chest and then just grab a corner of the sail.
All right. Listen, he moans, he groans as you drag him through the leaves and the dirt, but the lawn is pretty well tended. Most of the rocks are gone, and you're able to get this strange fucking man there. I need a knowledge local roll as you guys get him in there. I'm going to go ahead and just move his body in there. And I assume you're putting him on the bed or on the table?
Yeah, probably the table. That would be better access.
Yeah, don't ruin our sheets.
Patience knows nothing. She's still kind of puking in her mouth.
No knowledge levels.
Okay, and I assume that the only person that has a rank in it still is Brad's character, Adriel.
I do have a rank.
Okay, so as you bring him up there, and also just so you know, his sword there's a sword stuck in the dirt next to where his body was. Does someone grab his sword for him?
I would have left it.
I was worried about carrying him.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
same.
The sword is still out there. It's okay. But nonetheless, after looking at the sword, the hilt of it, the handle of it, almost looked like a tree branch, and the crossguard going up, or it looks like a tree trunk, and the crossguard looks like tree branches going up as well. The steel is very finely made. It's a fucking sword. And as you peer at his clothes, the parts of it that aren't burnt, and just his general demeanor, his face and his facial features, he looks like a Westerner from this continent, one of the Western humans, maybe from Gruendare. It's hard to tell exactly, but someone from the West Coast or the west side of the continent.
He looks human, you said, not elven.
Yeah, he's human.
Okay,
He is
cool.
human. Okay, so there it is. All right, you guys get him inside, lay him on the table. He groans a little bit. He's battered. He's bruised. He's covered in these burns. And as you guys get a closer look at it, you smell a thick, acrid chemical smell. You think these are acid burns.
I make way for Kellen. I assume between him and Patience, they're the two healers.
Patience kind of steps to the side, seeing as her first attempt did not do anything. And this seems to be outside of her ability. She is mainly used to cuts and bruises, punctures. Burns is not something you usually see when hunting or on the road quite as often. And she is unfamiliar with them.
All right, Kellen will move over to the mysterious stranger's head and kind of stand over it. He'll pull up his holy symbol. It's basically a kind of a carved wooden tree with 3 kind of quartz crystals embedded in its foliage. He holds it over the stranger's head and starts casting a spell. Green tendrils kind of come out of the holy symbol and kind of leach into the person, kind of like vines, and then they start to heal him for cure light wounds.
All right, go ahead and roll it.
Let's see.
Yeah, okay, as he does so, can I, like, hold him down?
For 8.
Sure. Yeah, his body spasmed. You healed 8. Immediately click on that green circle above his head and put a plus sign and 8.
Llewellyn's going to step back outside while everybody's inside.
Okay. His body jerks, it spasms, his eyes open up, and all of a sudden you're brought back to the land of the living. Jace, you see these people around you. You're laying on hardwood. You look up. You're inside some sort of building. Your vision's still cloudy. You realize you're only looking through one eye, and the pain makes you feel sick to your stomach. But you're alive.
And I'm holding
You
you
see
down.
these people around you. You're being held down by this woman, and in front of you, hands also on top on you. You see, obviously, some sort of priest.
Someone's holding me down though.
How are you holding him down?
I've probably just got my hands on his shoulders, basically, assuming he might come up swinging when he comes to.
Patience is peering around her mother, and kind of just looking the stranger over, and then not stage whisper, but like softly, kind of whispers to her, "He's only got one eye, Mom."
Are all the people in this room in there? Is this what I'm seeing? Sorry.
I think so,
Yeah, you see everything you see.
With the
Okay.
so the when you probably come back to, you'll notice the Arctic elf's not there, and Ben, I probably like Llewellyn's probably like keeping his eyes to the sky and sees that his sword is still sticking in the ground in the dirt over by where he came from, and so like not even in a rush, like Llewellyn just kind of strolls over, keeping his eyes peeled everywhere, just to go and gather that sword and bring it back.
Okay.
Probably jerk to and in my common tongue, which I'm not familiar with. I apologize. Don't know what my common tongue is, but I'll say
It's kind of a new language to everybody else, but it's one that needed to be added.
okay. So I'll say
Okay, so in a honestly, probably kind of a lyrical sounding language, he says something else. Looks pretty confused, and Lutheran, as you go over there, you see the sword sticking in the dirt. You said you grab it. As you pull it out of the soil and look at it, man, it is a very, very fine and well taken care of blade. Like I said, the hilt looks like a trunk of a tree, and as you look it over, sure enough, it looks to be elven make, or at least in the same style as the Southern Elves used to make their swords. And you realize that you're looking at a cold iron blade. You're muted, bro.
Yeah.
If anybody were out there to watch, I would be like tilting my head to the side, a little bit puzzled, but just like nod to myself. And again, not in any kind of rush. Everybody else, I'm trying to establish, like everybody else is kind of frantic given the circumstances, but he's just kind of like, this is all very strange, and I'm not going to get too worked up until there's reason to be worked up. And so he just kind of strolls back to the front door, holding the sword in his hand.
Do you have any knowledge skills, Lutheran?
Yeah, I do. I've got training in Arcana and Nature.
Nature. Okay. Yeah. There's really nothing you can roll at this point for looking at it, but it looks like a very nice and well taken care of sword, and probably of the elven make to the Southern Elves, which were dispersed hundreds of years ago. So it's probably an heirloom.
Very interesting. How a human came by this blade, let alone how he appeared here. It's all just interesting.
In Honor, I'll say, calm yourself, friend. We've healed you. And just hope that he understands me.
Okay. Gigi looks over to you, Patience, and she wrinkles her nose and gives a nod. Uh, oh, what's another stranger doing out this far? You see this old lady standing over you, and she says that, uh, "What happened to you, boy?"
I understand the language.
All right, boom, you're awake. There's someone holding you down. Luintherin, you see this fucking sword is obviously an heirloom of elven origin. It's cold iron. Okay? Gigi, this older woman, her hair pulled back in dreads, a rapier at her side. She's fucking old as shit, human. You see her whispering with the woman who attempted to heal you at first, and she turns to you. How'd you get here, boy? Uh, very far from the west.
And I do understand this one, right?
Actually, I don't think she's not speaking. What language do you speak, Tempia? I can't. Patience. I'm sorry.
Patience can speak Orin, Anor, Duladirn, and Elven in quotation marks.
Okay, so you actually speak his language.
Okay, cool. Because I don't think I ever actually
That's
wrote down what the
probably
Elven
the
was.
language I would speak in because I did see an elf earlier before I passed out.
So it's
You
probably
haven't you haven't seen an elf.
Telbordian.
I thought
Yeah,
I
tell
He
Boy.
saw
Okay.
Lewin there earlier.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Well,
before I passed out. I thought I
Telbor.
saw someone.
Okay.
Do I not
Mm.
recognize these people from just before I blacked out?
Yes, you do. You
Okay.
recognize them.
Except for Gigi. He doesn't recognize Gigi.
Right. She's with the group with the rest of them.
I try to sit up. Probably the first thing. Like,
Okay. You sit up the table.
Are you sitting up violently?
I'm like trying to like. I'm hurt. Like I'm trying to like
Frankenstein's
slowly
monster.
see if I can get up.
All right,
Okay,
he
I'll let
groans-
him get up.
Okay, awesome. He groans louder than the table underneath him as he sits up. You've left a fucking print of pus and blood on the table.
I'll probably grab my eye and look around the room and see who I'm. See what I see.
All right, so you see all the ones that were described before, as well as the older woman with a rapier. You see a halfling girl missing a hand with a light crossbow in the other hand, and she has a horrible limp as she's leaning there in pain. You see what was once probably a very finely dressed man. He looks shabby. He looks like he's let himself go a little bit. He's got stubble. He's got an eye patch. Sitting over, and he's right here. Okay, there's the halfling girl, right here. And standing over in the corner on this rug, you see a man with a shield on his back. He's not a very attractive man. He's got a beard. He's younger. And he stands pretty tall. He looks kind of greasy, and he's just sitting there, kind of like cracking his knuckles as he's looking at you. He's obviously trying to figure out whether or not you're a threat.
Patience is gonna lean down to Gigi's ear again and kind of whisper, "He speaks that Elven language, the one I only know a couple words and starts with a T."
Is she speaking in that language? Do I understand it?
No,
okay.
She's speaking to her mother in probably like Anor.
Okay, so you don't recognize what she's saying.
I would probably. Which one is the Elven language? I'm sorry, I don't know.
Telbordian.
Yeah.
Telbordan? Okay.
Telbordian.
Patience.
Yeah, that's my
Patience
main
is saying.
tongue.
Yeah,
Okay,
no, Patience is saying Anor to her mother in a whisper. That you speak Telbordian because she knows her mother is more proficient at it than she is.
Actually, I don't think that she. I actually don't
she's
think
not?
that she speaks. She doesn't speak this language. Only you do.
Only I do. Okay, just kidding.
You're the
in that
only one
tongue-
here.
But nonetheless, you tell her that, and well, you know his words. Find out who he is, girl.
We barely ever speak it, mother. Try. She then leans over the crusty man, kind of like holding like a finger under her nose. His scent does offend her, and she hangs out with pigs, so that's saying something.
Oh, I take offense.
Roll an
She's
ish.
takes a dagger. No more misery. Merciful kill. She kind of leans over. Who are you? She says in Telberdaean. And why was there a really gross, stinky nose in your hand?
Who am I? Who are you? What is going on?
Patience
yeah,
kind of. Go ahead.
No, after you.
Patience gives a frown. You're not supposed to answer a question with another question. Mother said that's extremely rude, and she's never wrong.
To be honest, I don't care what your mother says. What happened?
Patience
Where's my
looks
blade?
mortally offended that he would just disregard Gigi like that because Gigi is her everything.
Lutheran, you hear this guy speaking some more as you're standing outside, and it sounds to be getting a little heated in this language he's speaking.
And you said I think in the Discord chat, you said we heard him speaking in an elven voice, like the elven language.
Mm-hmm.
And you hear it again.
So I'm gonna walk in. I speak Ondoantuan, so I'm gonna at least give that a shot, right? Like, and I walk in,
We'll say there's similar language roots between the two of them.
Okay.
and so
maybe I
the last
understand
thing I
some
heard
of
him
it.
say there was like he said, "Where's my blade?" And so I just walk in and look, assume the root word for blade is somewhat similar,
Sure.
and I just like flip it in my hand and catch it
Basically
lively
stick.
by the actual metal blade part and hold the hilt toward him.
Patience is looking like she's getting a little bit upset at his disrespect, and then sees Lorethan kind of walking in with that sword. Oh, blade? I think my friend has your sword. And kind of points a very willowy limb over in his direction. It was
Hey.
next to where we found you. You're welcome.
Jace slowly reaches his hand out, like tries to lift his hand if he can properly. Like I don't know how. I assume he's pretty injured, so.
You're hurt, but you can move effectively.
Please.
It just go ahead.
Yeah, that would be what I say in my tongue. Please.
Patience will look up at Lutheran and say, "He wants his pokey back, please."
Yeah, and I just like quickly hand him the hilt side. I mean, at this point, he doesn't seem overly threatening, just scared, and we've got him so outnumbered. If he could take us all, we deserve to die anyway. And assuming that the quickest way to calm his nerves is to let him think we don't think he's a threat, I give him the sword.
All right. Nonetheless, Orin steps back very quickly as he gets a sword. He kind of stands behind the chair at this point.
Thank Christ.
He falls in the fire and dies.
God fucking damn it, Orin.
A spark catches on some of the acid that's still on his skin and just lights him up.
Hell
A
yeah.
little spill.
Okay. Now go. So what do you guys do? Jace, you got your sword. You're sitting on this table. Your shield is still strapped to your hand. She asked. I mean, you look over and yeah, I guess you're hiding the nose under a leaf, so you don't see this. But the cleric's standing there with a pile of leaves in his hand, and it sounds like it's sniffing. Not really.
Spellcraft? Fuck. I don't know.
Okay, so
To Patience, Adriel will say, "Can you understand each other? What's going on?"
Patience turns around, smiling at her companion. Yes, I speak his language rudimentarily. It was one of the ones Mother made me take while we were on the road. He wanted his sword, and he refused to answer my question, and then told me he didn't care what my mother says. So to be perfectly honest, I don't think I like him, and I kind of regret that we pulled him out of the hole.
EG
But
bristles at this when you say that.
she's saying that in Anar though, I think, right? That's the other language that
I think that's the one that we've kind of been using as common because I think
Yeah.
everybody but Ely understands it.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's just she's saying this in Anar, which I don't know if he can speak Anar. Maybe.
Nope. I don't think
He-
so.
He doesn't look like he understands what you're saying.
Patience is kind of giving him side eye while she's talking to her companions. Yeah, so he's not my favorite right now because he obviously doesn't know greatness when he sees it because he definitely insulted my mother. But he speaks Teleportian, so
I
what do you want to do with him?
Lewinthrin walks kind of again. I guess stands close to the table, continues to maybe if the guy looks like he's trying to get up, I'll give him a hand up. And in this sort of bridge, and this is probably waving things a little bit, but like this bridge between Ondoantuan and Telbordian, I'm speaking Ondoantuan. Probably what comes across is a message somewhere along the lines of, "You want answers, but I'm afraid we don't have them. We're castaways here. We have no idea how you got here, but frankly, we don't really even know where we are."
He's telling
Ondoantoan
behind
is
a
on
chair,
his list.
actually.
Oh, perfect. So if he understands Ondoantoan, he understands me perfectly.
Is that what language you spoke that in?
Yeah, I
Yep,
spoke in Ondoantoan. Yeah.
Ah,
That's it. That's his ethnicity, and I mean it's a Frost Elf language, and it's similar to Telbordian. We've just at this point.
okay. I don't look like I'm trying to get up. I look like I'm still trying to catch my bearings.
Oh, I thought
Probably,
you were hiding behind the chair.
No, that's Orin.
Oh.
I've like set up and requested for my blade, and I'm trying. Man, I want to say I look like I'm drunk, or like I don't know what the hell's going on. I look like I'm trying to figure things out. And you guys say that you're marooned. Okay. Do you at least know what happened moments ago before I lost consciousness?
Are you saying this in Talbardian or
What is that, Albertian? What is that?
Who are
Talbardian
you
or
talking to? Patience
who are
or
you talking
Lewin
to?
Theron?
I was probably facing the elf because I understand the elf.
Ondoantoan,
So
then
Stood
probably.
patience too.
Yeah. You were just
Nothing.
being rude to her.
You also didn't bring me my blade. Anyways.
I'm sensing sexisms.
No, it's not sexism, it's swordism.
Swordism, you're right. Even worse.
Does Patience seem a little snuffed by this? As she says something to him, and he just turns and speaks in Ondoan tone to the elf.
Patience kind of gives almost a childish pout and kind of just again turns back to her mother and says, "I did try to be polite, mother." And then we'll kind of leave the talking to Lutheran. She's kind of done with him for now.
Seems like a lot of the rest of them. Not enough sense to fill a boot.
So looking at this figure, I say, moments ago we heard a crash, and there's a giant flaming crater out there. Where
The crater itself is not flaming, but he
Yeah.
was.
So there's a giant crater out there, and you were on fire, and that's literally all we know. Did you fall from the sky? Were you teleported here through magic? What were you doing before you came to here?
Spellcraft, possibly?
Patience is gonna.
Of what the hell
Man,
happened to me?
Well, I've talked to you about what happened, and you did not
Right.
fall from the sky. You just disappeared from where you were at, and all of a sudden you're here, and it hurt like hell.
Say,
I relay that. I'm gonna relay that.
my friends also say you had some giant nose in your hand, and I like
Was
gesture to
very
Kellen. I'm like,
giant.
move the leaf, please.
It was
I'll-
a smelly nose.
I'll set the pile on the table and then move the leaf off the nose.
Man, instantly the rage fills you again for a brief moment, Jace, as you look at it. Twitching, almost sniffing, you see the severed nose of the witch.
That vile beast is why I'm here. Scared
Well-
that I'd take her hide.
It looks like you got the best of her. But is she what sent you here?
Must be. I can't think of any other reason
Who is she?
why I would just.
What is she?
Okay. What's that? Sorry, man.
Onari.
Nari. Thank you.
Onari.
She's a Nari. An evil, vile race.
Okay. So everybody knows basically what an Onari is. Super fucking evil, kind of like a demon type thing, extra planar evil fucking thing that wants to eat souls. Some of you might assume that they're stories. Some of you might have more information that they're real. If you have knowledge of planes, you can roll it. In fact, if you everybody can roll it and tell me does anybody have ranks in it besides Jace, of course.
Ranks in which?
Knowledge of the planes.
No.
Okay, you can still roll it and get a 10. If you get a 10, you can know these things are fucking real at the very least.
Nope.
Otherwise, you're just. I mean, you can take. It's up to you whether you believe they're real or they're stories or whatever.
Patience is probably just going to believe it was something that her mother told her to scare her at night. Because sometimes her mom likes to play mean tricks on her. Some truths, some lies.
Perfect. That's
I
how she
think
does
it's
it.
time for fairy tales, friend.
Wait, did you say? Wait, do I recognize your language?
I probably said it in Anor. Did you respond at all?
Sorry.
he
Can we look
can't-
at my
Probably
languages
did
again?
gibberish.
But he did use the word Onari. It's the same in all languages. So
Okay.
nonetheless, we'll at least
So
give
I
it that
nod.
much.
Yeah, I think Patience and Loentherin are the only ones who can understand him right now.
Mhm.
Yep. But you don't speak Anor, Ely. Jake speaks Dale, the other human language. So the priest just says some shit in a language you don't understand.
And then you hear me say to him in that same language that you don't understand, because I also speak Dale. I say, I don't think they're a fairy tale, my friend.
Patience will kind of give a snort under her breath. Of course, they're fairy tales. You only see those in books from traders for kids. Those aren't real things.
That
What's the
nose
color?
begs to differ.
What's the
What
color of the
nose?
blood on the blade?
That nose could
Sorry.
be anything. An ogre nose that's been sitting out in the sun too long. Or a really, really ugly crone. You never know.
What kind of nose would still move after it's been detached?
An undead one. Undeads have noses too.
If you say
Nonetheless, but I switch back to Antoine. Friend, I think you're as lost as we are.
That damn creature got away from me.
Were you hunting her? What had she done something specific to you?
Yes. Slayed my people. All of them.
Where are you from?
Sorry, Ben. Help me out.
Okay, hold on. Let me send you a quick whisper. Just give me a sec.
Thank you. Sorry, guys. I'm new. I've been working a lot, and I haven't had too much time to put into this.
God
No, it's
damn
all-
it, Ely.
We don't forgive
know.
you, and this will go into your monthly review and into your permanent record. I hope you are prepared to take the steps
Sweet, 20
needed to
stars,
improve
I'll
your
take it.
employment. -1 hero point.
I don't need hero points.
We all need hero points.
Hell yeah. Fucking hero
He needs
points of this shit.
villain points. Dun dun dun.
I do need some
Dun, dun,
healing points. I'm fucked.
Aw.
I'm not getting up off this table or bed for a minute. I might just fucking lay here.
Just kick it.
Yeah. I'm definitely not feeling like I want to fight.
Well, half your face is melted off, so
Oh yeah, I'm fucked.
I'm pretty
I've
sure they
lost-
would not be like not.
I've
They would
lost
not
an
be worried.
eye. Oh no, I'm not.
You
in
did
good
your eye got
condition for this
wholly
shit.
melted.
Fucked.
No more eye for you.
One eye, but two noses.
His death perception is gonna be fucked.
Wait, I can smell fucking 10 miles away.
You can. Worst thing is you can smell yourself now.
It's all right.
No,
Used to it.
it's not.
Just smell that nose. I mean, come on.
Yeah, the nose would probably just be smelling itself.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I heard something. I see something. What's going on here?
And if I remember correctly, we still don't have your name, correct?
Probably not. I don't think I've said that.
Yeah.
More important, like, this is out of game, but more important things are, like, what the heck's going on versus names and whatnot just yet. Pretty much
you able-
established that you guys are not foes, so that's
Yeah.
good.
Are you able to read the text in the chats within Roll20?
Yeah, I was trying to get over to that. That's what I'm going to. Okay, most.
I was just curious if you were able to see that or not.
Yes, I can see it.
Okay.
Okay. Most of my people were wiped out. I was trying to get back to my relatives, make sure that they're safe.
Patience kind of gives an impatient look No. Obviously, you came from peoples. That's why you're a person. But what are your people called? What is your names?
Does it look like
she-
Ben?
Argus?
I
Is
think
that
you're muted,
Argus?
Ben.
Kingdom of Argus?
Ben, you're muted.
Argians or Argus? I'm not sure how that would
So,
be.
sorry,
referred to
double
as.
mute. Yeah, Argus.
Argus.
Argosian.
Argosian. There we go. Thank you.
Okay. That's a knowledge local or knowledge history will work for this.
A local or a knowledge?
Knowledge local or knowledge history?
Can I
Oh.
roll knowledge local even though I'm not speaking the language? Can I recognize the
nice.
name?
It's a nice
I
roll.
got history. Train.
No.
No.
Okay.
She's not ranked in either of those. This is gonna suck, but. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's
She's
a
not.
good roll.
She's not trained or ranked, but 16. At least she'll know a little bit of something.
Okay. Do you have history, Kellen?
Yes.
Okay.
Nice.
So he says he's Argosian. And you are definitely familiar with the Argosian people. To the west, when Telbordia fell to whatever cursed this land, it's all massive, expansive dead land. There was a human kingdom that was completely wiped out about 300 years ago.
Patience kind of looks over to her mother and her team, and Anor says, Argosian? I think I remember reading about them a long time ago, and some old, dusty books from one of the traders we got once that were coming through our area. Are any of you more familiar with them than I?
Wythrin shakes his head.
Never heard of them.
You know all that, Kellen, or can you not understand them?
Oh,
Well,
sorry.
She just repeated everything in Anor, so she's talking to the group and what is
Okay.
common, so they can
enough.
understand too. So if they want to roll history or local, they can, since it was only said originally in Telbordian.
Well, now I'll roll my knowledge history. Sorry. I think there was an ancient human kingdom out west. I don't really know too much about it.
I just didn't think there was anything more of those people left. It was an old kingdom, right? It was conquered and done away with hundreds of years ago.
With your knowledge histories, you guys know enough to know that the kingdom was destroyed definitely before 720, and it's the year 1001.
Yeah, definitely long ago.
But
Um,
I say in the Elven, in Ondoantoan, what year is it, friend? To your recollection.
720?
714.
714.
Oh heavens! And
Patience
then
kinda-
back in Anor, I say he's been teleported from from nearly 300 years ago.
Patience kind of gives a sad look to the person on the table, instantly forgiving him for his slander of her mother.
And back in Ondoantoan, say, friend, I don't know exactly how you came here, but I regret to tell you, you've come almost 300 years into the future.
This has to be a joke. Where's this creature I was fighting?
Patience looks down to her mother and kind of gives a sad look, and then looks back to the man and then Telberdy and says, "What he says is true. Kingdom and those people you mentioned have been conquered and deceased for over 300 years. They no longer exist."
Huge fucking teardrops start dropping from his only eye.
Friend,
Patience turns to her mother. He's sad, Mother. What do we do?
I don't know if I much believe it myself, but if it's true, I think the boy needs some space. Or a bottle and a girl. I'm not sure what he's in. What is his way? She wasn't implying anything, Patience.
Yeah,
Well, we've got a girl here.
Looks concerned at herself, her mother, and then also over at Adriel.
Gigi starts slowly unbuttoning.
He's like, I got this. Good
you know,
technique for years.
you know, Big G's worldly.
Dude, Gigi tasted and touched many things in this world and over her long lifetime, and she
Oh,
is
yeah.
the master of many. So
Hell yeah.
talented old broad.
She wishes she could go back in time.
Lutheran kind of reaches up a hand to pat the stranger's unburned shoulder and says, "My people have a saying. It says they caution, beware of winning a battle if it costs you the war." And I gestured to the nose. I said, "Looks like you may have won a battle, but this demon may have been playing a long game with you. This is a lot to process, friend. Would you like some time?"
That demon has taken everything from me.
Not everything. You still have your life, which means you can still have your revenge.
Patience kind of looks around. How long do those things live?
Should I make a roll on this?
Yeah, go ahead and roll your planes. Plus, you get a +2 for your favorite enemy.
I've heard they live forever. I have no knowledge. I'm just making up something. Just based on the stories that I've heard.
Very short-lived, an hour at most.
They're like butterflies.
Yeah. And I'll add a 2 to whatever you roll.
Butterflies.
That one.
So a 13. I mean, man, you can really assume whatever you want, but I mean, it might as well be forever. I mean, there were stories of the Wetch a couple hundred years before you ever encountered the troubles of this beast.
Don't know if they ever cease to live.
Patience kind of tilts her head. Well, it might still be alive. You could possibly get your revenge. Many things live long lives. And she kind of looks at her, looks down at her own hands and then looks over at Luithrin. They can get lonely.
Look over at my blade. Unless you move their heads.
I'm going to look to Millie and say, has anything like this ever happened before?
Not that I can, milady. There's been strange on this island, but it's mostly that vile voice in the woods. And nothing like this. We've seen no one come to these lands except for you, and since we've been here, almost 30 years.
It just seems strange that not only was this man brought forward so far in time for reasons he doesn't understand, but why here and why now?
Like I said before dinner, this island has a way of trapping you here. It's just his fate. It's that grandfather grief.
That's a bunch of horse shit.
She shakes her head. You'll find out soon enough.
Patience will kind of start to lose interest in this whole kind of thing. And we'll probably start heading towards the door to check on her pig. She's not good at grief.
Okay, sure. All right. As you get there, I'm just gonna say, it's been a long fucking day for Pumbaa, and you see Pumbaa curled up there, laying on the river rock that's been placed in a path leading up to the house, and just breathing heavily and snoring. Its bristles laid back in a peaceful slumber.
She's gonna go real quick, scratch him under his little bristly chin, pull out one of her last turnips. One of the turnips that she has stuffed in her overflowing pockets from the garden over to the side, and will lay it next to his nose, pat him on his head, kind of straighten his bow and will walk back into the house now that she is happy that he is good and unharmed.
Okay. All right. He in his sleep, he sniffs the air just a little bit and gives a very relaxed, deep breath and continues snoring. Okay.
Kettle will face the stranger, and this time he'll try and dull. You didn't understand me before, but does this one work better? You know this tongue.
I speak that tongue.
Oh, good. We can communicate then.
It is good news.
And,
Which
and
tongue?
sure enough, and Dale, and sure enough, Kellen, as he responds to you, his language, the way he speaks it, is very old-fashioned. It's kind of the equivalent of these and thous. I mean, I'm just gonna say there's like an accent almost that seems kind of like if I were trying to sound Shakespearean in a way, and it's the same for all the languages except for actually probably not Elven and not. These are very long-lived and languages, but the human language has seemed to have changed a little bit in the centuries.
Kel will probably chuckle a little bit, but by the way, do you still need any healing? You look a bit rough, but I wanted to ask first. After you're out of the woods, of course.
I've never actually been this badly injured in my life.
I'll take that as a yes. I'll hold up the holy symbol again, like just kind of towards your chest, I guess, area.
Spellcraft?
Are you
Yeah.
channeling or are you casting?
Casting my final spell.
Okay, yeah. Roll your spellcraft.
Yeah. Sorry, man. Trying to get back to that. It's gonna take me a second to get used to this, guy, so I apologize.
You're fine.
I missed it. I can't see it. Another one.
Okay. Yeah, you recognize that he's casting what? Cure Light Wounds?
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Add 5 more to your hit points.
The faint green tendrils shoot out of the holy symbol and kind of surround you almost in green vines to heal you.
All right. You feel your wounds close up a little bit more, and there's more scar tissue instead of open wounds. As this is going on, time has passed definitely, and it's getting darker outside. As Millie looks up, eyes kind of widen for a minute. She goes over and she begins to shutter the windows. She closes them, latches them, and there's a pile of wood, and she starts struggling to try to move it over there. Does anybody help her get some wood into the fire?
Adriel, I'll give her a hand.
Okay. And she starts to build up the fire. And you may, lass, you may not leave your pig out there alone. You can put him in the pen if you want to.
Patience is already like swiftly stepped through the door the minute she saw her like move to shutter the windows and is getting Pumbaa to put him in the pen for safety.
Roll a perception check as you go out there, Patience.
Do, 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 do.
There's another crater.
God damn it!
Ooh,
It's raining men.
Look up my lawn.
there it
It's
goes.
filled
up
with a noseless old lady.
23. Woo,
Nice
so
roll.
perceptive.
All right. You step out the door and see Pumbaa sitting there, and as you do, the hair on the back of your neck bristles for a moment. You feel something, and definitely something, fucking watching you. You feel it deep into your soul. Something is peering at you. Maybe you're just imagining it, but probably not. It feels fucking like it's like a cold, wet hand on the back of your neck, and then just for a brief moment in the distance, you hear what sounds like the sound of a child crying.
Patience, as a ranger and always been on the road, is very cognizant of eyes on her, human or animal, as it usually means life or death for her and Gigi, especially when they're on the road alone. She's actually going to bypass that whole outside in the safety of wood kind of area for Pumbaa and is going to straight up put him in the house. That is her beloved pig. She will never let him harm. So she is going to actually unsheath a single dagger from her waist and very gently herd Pumbaa into the house.
Okay, as you go over there and touch Pumbaa, he kind of bristles and looks around, and he seems a little nervous for a second as you get to him. And I want you to roll a will save as the crying gets slightly louder around you. It seems to come from all directions.
Will. Hold on, I gotta check one thing real quick. Oh, sorry. Ignore that, guys.
I'm not going to ignore it.
You have to.
I see that.
I see it too.
I see it too.
Okay.
I read it thoroughly.
Eyes.
Oh shit.
All right.
Gonna use my only other hero point for that, cause fuck that shit. Try this again. It's not gonna go well, but we're gonna see what happens.
God damn.
Oh, no.
That's worse.
Oh, damn!
Future sight.
The weeping seems to get louder, and this time it's not just one child crying, it's multiple. It's a cacophony of crying and screaming and weeping children surrounding all around you. You feel your senses muddled as this almost seems like you feel very confused by this as it's going over you. You seem lost for a second. Are you deep in the woods? Are you next to this house? You're in the middle of the ocean. You just feel the reality of all of this just sink into your heart as it's filled with dread and fear. You're able to look over, and through the door, you see Court standing there, picking his teeth with a fucking dagger, not really paying much attention, but he seems miles and miles away. You try to say something, and your voice seems to just echo through nothing. The world seems to spin for a moment, but you're able to break through enough to start moving your hog inside. There's something close. There's something fucking evil, and it's touching your soul.
Patience shows visible fear on her face. Again, moving Pumbaa towards the house and herself, slowly but surely, kind of stumbling after him. Move Pumbaa, get in there. There we go.
All right, I want everybody to roll sense motive as Patience comes inside.
I actually don't have ranks in that, but yes. That would just be a will.
As we're doing this, Adriel's going to say,
You
you're
can-
bringing
you
that
can click
fucking
on
thing
sense motive.
inside?
Okay, as you say that and look at her face, Adriel, she's got a look of fucking pure horror and panic on her face. I mean, maybe you're trying to hide it, maybe you're not, but she looks fucking scared, man. Her face is pale, paler than it normally is, and she looks fucking nervous. I'm gonna say that. Oh,
Get
you
my
get a
plus
0
two
in your
since
sense
it's-
motive, Lutheran.
I rolled a 1 and my modifier's -1. Awesome.
That's terrible.
Alright, man.
I didn't
you
even
know-
know she came back inside.
Yeah, you're not. You see her, but don't give her a second glance as you're kind of disgusted by Court now, like cleaning his ear with the same knife.
God damn.
But Jace, Adriel, you definitely notice this. I'm gonna say Kellen, you probably don't notice much of this as you see her come in. You probably don't pay much attention to it.
Adriel will probably sort of, just as a compulsion, kind of reach back and make sure her glaive is still there. What is it, girl? Did you see something out there?
Patience is. It's like she is trying to speak, but her voice is coming out only in a slight wispy, airy whines, almost like an animal cornered and scared and startled.
Gigi wraps her arms around you. Make room for the girl. Out of the way. She brings you over and tries to sit you down on a chair. What was it, girl? Her rapier's out lightning quick.
Move Pumbaa farther into the room. Feeling her mother's strong, sure grip on her shoulders and hearing her voice close to her, She starts to breathe a little bit more easily, still in a cold sweat, still pale, and eyes still shaking. Mother, th- I, I was lost. I was here, but I was lost, and I heard awful screams like that of children, but evil. I've never felt anything like that, Mother.
Uh, what did I tell you, Adriel? Quick, bar the door. It's out there.
She's honestly gonna kind of blow her off a little bit, and she's not gonna step outside, but she's gonna like poke her head out just to look, just to see if anything's out there clearly visible.
All right, man. The jungle looks fucking spooky as darkness falls on it. You don't necessarily feel anything as you're standing in the doorway looking out there. You feel more anxiety and fear just from seeing Patience in the way she was. She's not faking it, man. Like Adriel can tell that is just the way she's fucking shaking. You don't see anything, but once again, it's fucking quiet out there. You don't see you don't hear chirps or fucking squawks or anything.
Oh, I'll give a quick glance over to Millie and say, and shut the door. And as I do so, I'll say, so whatever this is, as long as we stay inside, everything's fine.
Stay by the fire. It's always worked for us. Please, out of the way, good lady.
Jace is
Alright.
probably gonna draw a sword and ask what's going on.
Okay, one sec.
Yeah, he has no idea what the fuck's going on.
And he senses her motive. She's like terrified. And then you guys barred the door.
Patience, as she knows he like she is one of the only people he can talk to like in a tongue that is relatively common to him, will kind of look up, arms crossed, fingers digging into her own upper arms, still pale, still shaking, again calming down, but still visibly scared. Evil.
Are you a girl or are you like a woman? Or what race are you? Sorry.
Roll knowledge local.
Yeah.
Okay. Da, 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 da.
Adriel
Give
considers
me
her
a
a girl,
second.
not a woman, just based on the way that she
Okay.
acts.
I'm unsure. I don't know. You said knowledge local?
Knowledge.
I have no ranks in that, so this is gonna be low as fuck.
Oh, damn, son.
Let's see.
No
Oh,
ranks
10.
though, so yeah, 10.
Oh.
10 is max you can get on knowledge checks untrained. As you look at her, man, she's not human. She's not elf. You're not 100% sure exactly
okay.
what she is. She's
What's happening?
Patience again kind of takes a hard swallow, clears her throat. Evil. There's evil out there. It messes with your mind. You're not where you are, but you are where you were. No one can hear you. You can't hear them. Your voice is lost, but it's still there. In the screams. All of the screams, Mother.
you roll
Spellcraft?
that
No,
you roll that knowledge
of
to
the
the planes.
planes.
You roll
Yeah.
that fucking knowledge to the planes.
Roll it? Okay, give me a second. Back to that shit. Graphic knowledge planes.
Okay, I'll take the first roll of that. It looks like you rolled twice,
Sorry,
but that's
man.
okay.
Yeah, I didn't know if
Okay.
I got it or not.
You've heard of it before. You've seen it before. You know the feeling yourself as you face these things before. There's Onari out there.
Telling me they
and
followed
it was
me?
watching and it was watching her.
Okay. Hold on, sorry. Telling they followed me? They had an eye on you.
There was one,
Must be prepared.
and then there was 100, but there was one, but there was 100, and the voices.
On guard.
I say in Ondo Anton, even though we've been speaking this other language that we found in common in Dale, I say, stranger, as you can tell, none of us have ever encountered these things. Hell, half my companions don't even think they're real. What can you tell us about them and quickly to defend ourselves?
The game.
The door shuts after Adriel looks out for a minute. Millie steps forward and shuts it and locks it. Whatever you do, my new friends, make sure that fire does not go out tonight. It's the only thing that keeps the grandfather grief from coming too close.
Do I know anything about this?
Well, we've
You have not
we've
heard.
already. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, oh yeah. Things that you might know about these things. Every one of these Onari is different. Okay, they're all fucking weird, mutated, dead-like, extraplanar creatures. So every one is a little bit different. But
Right.
controlling people's minds, putting fear into hearts, is one of their main tactics.
Okay.
And that's what you recognized when patients came in and seemed very stricken with fear.
Sweet.
So Ben, that not that Luinthrin knows who he is, but that Wechikierlin demon that lured Rake Blood into forsaking his people, like, is that one of these things? Is that
Yes.
an Onari?
Yes, that's a very powerful Onari, and it now doesn't have a nose as of 300 years ago.
Dun dun dun.
Wait, you just gave us a spoiler.
Well, he called it the wedge, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe. And also in the picture, if I showed a picture of it, it doesn't have a nose.
Oh, I didn't actually notice the nose part.
This is so dope.
I'm
Also,
excited.
I peed a
I'll
little.
mix it up. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right, Tempe. I did kind of give a spoiler there, and that was an accident.
Oh yeah.
I'm ashamed. I lose a hero point.
But you gain a villain point. No.
What do you have there? What is that stuffed creature?
This?
That yeah. What kind is it?
It's a kitty.
Oh, cool.
It's a giant plushy kitty that gives
Okay, I
me
couldn't tell if it
absurd
was
amounts of serotonin.
Yeah, totally. My kids love those things. We have two of them, but they're not the exact one. Yeah, they fucking love those.
I gave
Never
my
know
partner
what
one.
these
It's a
creatures are
penguin.
up to.
A pig? I bet that one's
No,
awesome.
penguin.
Oh, penguin. That's also awesome. Okay, so the door is shut. The wind blows through the chimney. The fire crackles and licks at the city walls of the chimney. Court goes and sits back at the table, and he seems to be peering at the shuttered window as if he wants to look out. He looks very nervous.
Or do we need to tie you up?
What are you talking about, Elf?
Feel like you're tempted to do something. Are they talking to you? Are you hearing voices?
It's ones that I can't stop, or maybe I can. No,
Is that new, or is
I
this
just-
is that a long time occurrence for you?
he looks a little confused as you're obviously playing with him. I ain't sure what you're getting at.
Never mind.
Just say it in plain speak.
Patience kind of calls from the other side of the room.
What he
See,
means
you're
is don't look
dumb.
out the windows.
I ain't never said no. I'm no book learned elf.
I'm just saying, I think we're all better off if we stay in here where the fire's roaring, and we just don't pay any attention to anything we see or hear or smell from outside. We just pretend like this little room
That's
is
just
the entire
wishful
world.
thinking. You don't know what's going on. We're under attack. Get on guard.
You got the wrong idea, Frosty. I ain't going nowhere.
Perfect.
You
That's
can
what I
pay
want
me
to hear.
enough to go out there. Demons, ghosts, and other spooks could be jaguars.
I really get I shudder at the mention of jaguars.
I as well.
Gosh. Patience lights up with a smile. Oh, I've seen those before. They're rather cute, actually. But those antelopes, fuckers.
Okay, so, at this, Millie goes and begins to get her bed, the sheets that weren't used to drag Jason here pulled back, and she goes up to Gigi, my good matron, it's not much, but the bed is yours if you wish it. I'd like you to have somewhere comfortable to stay. There's chairs enough for me. Gigi kind of smiles at this, just accepting the honor, and she gives a nod. That would be much. I would much appreciate it. Thank you for your hospitality, little one. And Gigi goes and starts taking off her stockings. The rest of you can stay wherever you're comfortable. I should have enough blankets if you don't mind sleeping close together.
Patience will help tuck her mother into bed, kind of like she used to do for her when she was a little girl. And when she sees that her mother is sufficiently comfortable, she's put a pillow underneath her knees as they've gotten a little bit arthritic and needs a tiny bit more support so she doesn't develop gout. She then will settle next to Pumbaa, leaning against him like a giant, fluffy, bristly pillow.
Okay. Oh, I want you to roll either another handle animal or another wild empathy check
Okay.
on this hog. I know you're trying to get him to join the party permanently.
He's gonna
He's
get
already
my
doing
hog.
things. He's already doing things that.
You want me to roll which one? Handle animal
Oh,
or?
I want you to roll
wild-
whichever one's higher.
Okay, 1 second. I have to remember what my wild empathy does. Ability.
I'm glad there's
Dude.
another ranger in the party.
I'm gonna just do handle animal, I think. And
Okay.
wish for the best. Please. That's not bad.
Awesome. Okay, so now explain exactly what you're doing with Pumbaa.
So after she's tucked her mother in, raised her feet so she doesn't get gout, all that jazz, old people stuff, she is going to settle down next to Pumbaa, kind of stroking his little snout, leaning against him like a really big bristly pillow, while kind of like humming under her breath with the slight whispered words of a lullaby that Gigi used to sing to her as a girl.
All right, and sure enough, as you pet him, snuggle up against him, rub and hum to this hog, he's sensing a kindness and just an attitude that he's never sensed in any of the nature around here. In fact, most of the people that came on this really hunted these hogs to near extinction while they're on here, and just like feeling this strange, overpowering sense of love from a creature that's so alien to him, he calms down and gives a bristled shake of his mane, and scratches the floorboards a little bit with his little hoof, and he just cuddles up next to you. You started using him as a pillow, but he ends up using you as a pillow.
Nice.
He seems to like it.
She's okay with this.
All right. Okay. And Gigi begins to fall asleep. I've spent many nights like this, my friends. Not once, with the fires lit and the doors shut, have I had any problem with grief, nor have the rest of us. You can sleep well, knowing we're safe, as long as someone can make sure to feed the fire.
I'm just gonna quietly walk over and set up shop next to the fire and plan to keep it roaring. Well, not at risk of using all of our wood, but make sure it's at a healthy one.
Okay.
When Adriel finally beds down, I think she's just gonna like kind of lean up against the door and sleep there.
All right. Court sits
Kellen will
at
go
the
up to
table, very nervous. Go ahead, Kellen.
Kellen will go up to the stranger. I'll put my arm on your shoulder. I don't think there's going to be any combat tonight, friend. You've heard Millie. She's lived all of her life, or most of her life, in this hut, and the beast has never gotten in. Maybe things will be different in the morning. Let's just find a spot to bed down. Find what comfort while you can.
I will not be sleeping tonight. She does not know these creatures.
Well, why don't you spend your energies making sure the fire doesn't die, keeping vigil?
Won't be a sound that would be unheard on my watch.
Well, I guess with all the confusion tonight, no one's actually asking you your name. What should I call you?
Be Jace. This is yours.
Kellen. Kellen Treeson.
Helen,
Yep. Kellin.
I'll remember this.
Before we bed down, do you require any more healing? I have a little more magic left in me.
All that you can spare. I've never been in a battle so fierce.
All right. Let's see. Kel will raise his holy symbol, and basically several pulses will come out. Each one will be different channeling. I assume he'll take a lot. Tell me when
Is
you're
that all
full
you
up.
got? Okay, 7.
Wait.
What? How's that? Oh, I see a critical. Damn.
Yeah, I get 7 of them. I haven't used any today.
I guess I don't. What do I acquire here?
7, 8, 9, 13, 14, 18. You're gonna be fully healed by it.
18, you say?
Yeah, you're actually. Okay, so go ahead and add 18, and obviously don't tell anybody what your hit points are, because only you can see those. I think
Right.
you can only see your own hit points, right?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Good.
Basically, 7 flashes of light will just fill the cottage.
Sorry, I've had
So
a lot
go-
to drink. Where the fuck is my pen? I'm sorry. I am like spinning. I'm a little dizzy.
Are you okay?
I've had
Just-
a lot to drink. I didn't eat
No,
today.
Okay,
Let's see here.
go put
Oh,
plus
I got it.
18.
Just give me a second here. I just gotta
I've
write
already.
it down.
Oh, you don't have to write it down. I already calculated it. It's 18. Just go ahead and add 18 to your hit point.
I got
total.
it. Let's see here.
Do you need a
Should-
snack, Ely?
Should be accurate. Is that accurate?
Yep, that's accurate. There it
That's
is.
not full, but yes.
Well,
it's
yeah,
accurate.
don't tell them that.
Okay.
All right. No, it's okay. It's okay.
That's
all
all I got.
Keep your
And-
secrets.
Roger. I'm sorry, guys.
It's okay.
I'm rusty as fuck. I swear next time will be better.
You're,
It's
you're fine,
okay.
bro. You should
I'm
grab
still
yourself.
bumbling through.
You should grab yourself a snack, homie.
Mhm.
Snack.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna
Um,
go get some chicken strips. I went and got some food earlier. I'll be right back.
So, listen, you guys begin to bed down for the night. I assume you need 4 hours of meditation, correct, Lumenthorn?
Yep, that's right.
So, everybody begins to snore except for Jace. And tell me if you're not sleeping. I understand if you guys are trying to stay up. I already know that Jace is staying up or attempting to. Is everybody else falling asleep?
Yeah, I'm going to sleep.
Patience, are you crashing? Oh, I'm waiting. No, you're fine.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Patience will sleep probably a couple of hours, but then we'll wake up, check on her mother, and also check on the fire because she still feels like the heart palpitations from the fear she felt when she was outside, and she does not want to let that fire go out, but she also does not want to be sleep deprived if they need to fight. So I'd say she sleeps to maybe midnight, gets up for like an hour or two, and then goes back to sleep.
Okay, do you maybe ask Lumenthorn to wake you up at a certain point?
I think that she's actually pretty good about waking herself up. It has an internal clock from all their time being on the road. Her mother probably waking her right as dawn breaks or at certain hours when they would have to travel and move to make sure they weren't caught by bandits or they needed to make across certain borders at certain times.
Okay,
I
do you
think
have
that-
endurance?
Do I have endurance?
I think you do as a ranger, right?
I don't know. That's a good question. Where would I find that?
Here, let me just look in you're level 2.
I am level
I'm
2.
just gonna look up ranger, PFSRD ranger.
Dar.
out.
Level 3 endurance.
Okay,
I am not
So I
level
would-
3 yet.
if you're fine with it, I would like you to roll a will save. You're pretty tired after everything that's gone on today. Go ahead and roll a will save to see if you can wake yourself up.
Boop.
Hell
I
yeah!
can.
All right.
I can very
Totally,
well.
yeah, totally. And we'll say under normal circumstances, it's no problem. When you have endurance, I'll let you do stuff like this easy. Okay.
Okay.
So, So you lay down to rest a bit and to wake up at some point in the night. Okay, so at Lutheran, do you meditate at first or do you meditate at the end?
I think I meditate at the end.
Okay, fair enough. So you sit and keep the fire burning, and it's burning pretty well at this point. Every now and then adding a little something to the fire. Jace leans heavy on the fireplace. He looks tired as shit, but he somehow keeps himself up. I mean, obviously he looks like he could use some damn sleep. Court sits at the table. Just any sound from the outside, even if it's just the wind, he bolts upright and looks in that direction. He seems very nervous, very fucking scared, but he can't keep himself up for shit. And within 30 minutes, he's snoring on the table with his dagger in front, his ear/teeth dagger laying there in front of him.
Just
The
kind
night.
of gently survey the scene, and I just think about what a strange turn of events things have been. Like, it's probably just a reflective moment. One, there's terror in the air, but what an odd ragtag bunch this is, and it's kind of not lost on me.
It's probably especially alien to Lutheran, who comes from a very like homogenous group of people, and just to see these fucking weirdos, all of them, and you know, after a while of them sitting there feeding the fire, Lutheran, you start to get pretty close to feeling the need to do your meditation and just relax your brain after everything. You notice Tempe sits up from her pig and looks around the room. You awaken. I'm sorry, patience. I'm sorry,
And
patience.
it's like, that's close enough.
You see patience awaken. The
She-
fire crackles in the fireplace. You feel the heat from it.
Her eyes don't snap open, but they slide open quicker than what you would expect someone in a dead sleep to do. She takes a deep breath, almost like that is what's waking her up, giving her whatever she needs to kind of focus. She comes up off of Pumbaa and starts to stand up, brushing her pants off of any imaginary dust, and looks around to see who is still cognizant and makes eye contact with you, Luthred. And she softly, and almost unnaturally softly, pads across the room as if she's not actually stepping but floating. You hear very little noise from her footfalls, and she comes to stand by you guys in front of the fire.
Let
I'm
me
back.
roll.
I'm not sure
I'm gonna
what's happened. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll your will save real quick to see if you're able to stay awake. I'm giving you your endurance on top of that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I mean, you're fucking tired, man. Are you sure you don't want to sleep at some point?
I'm not just knowledge of playing this fucking shit that was in existence outside this door that I've just recently almost killed me.
It's a different creature than what you faced. But what I'm saying, Jace, you will be taking pretty killer negatives if you don't sleep during the night, and he probably realizes that. I mean, just saying, you stay up all night, you're gonna be exhausted the next day, and that's fine if that's how you want to roll. I'm totally cool with you.
I'm gonna try to fight it, but I mean, if I
Okay,
fall asleep, I fall asleep.
You stay up, and after a while, you see Patience get up, her eyes open after a breath, and she walks over to Lewin's. Go ahead and finish your conversation. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to make sure he was awake before we continued.
Right, I was shoving chips in my face.
Okay.
That's all right.
Lutheran sees you kind of walk up and very, very quietly says, "All's been fairly calm. No
I'm
trouble."
gonna immediately try to bed down once I see other people are waking up. Be honest. If
Okay.
I know others are awake.
Patience
Fair enough.
sees that Jace is struggling to even stay upright, much less keep his eyes open. He's leaning heavily toward his good side. It appears to her, at least, with all his wounds that he still has in his face. And she kind of looks at him and looks at him. "Excuse me, stranger. You should probably sleep now. Those wounds won't get any better if you don't rest your body. I will be up. The fire will not go."
I agree, and I'm glad to hear it.
Patience kind of gives a little bit of a disdainful sniff, as much as She's kind of feels bad for Jace, the fact that he has been thrown into the future, has lost all of his friends and family and all that he knows. She still is super salty that you said nasty things about her mom. So, and she is a hardcore mama's girl.
Oh, definitely. I mean, you almost drowned like 5 times trying to keep Mom afloat.
So, I know, right? She points you over in the direction of where Pumbaa is happily snoring away through his little piggy nose and says, sleep next to Pumbaa. He's really, really in tune with nature and everything. He'll tell you, or at least you'll notice if something is amiss.
I'll meander that way, like fucking half asleep.
Shamble.
Go ahead and move yourself where you end up sleeping, bro. Oren's cuddled up on the bearskin rug. Quartz asleep at the table. Kellen, you're asleep in the corner here. Leaning up against it.
Or next to the table on the floor.
Adriel is up against the door, and Gigi's in the bed.
Look, I don't care if I sleep on the floor. I fucking need some sleep.
Hell yeah.
Do not shed my armor. I fucking sleep right there.
All right.
Lutheran
Use my shield as a pillow.
waits until Jace is asleep, and then he says to Patience, "Are you truly good? I wanted to make sure he went to sleep first, but I could use a few hours, kind of resting my mind as well. I don't sleep as deeply as the rest of you, but I still need what rest I can get."
Honey, what are you doing? Okay. Sorry.
Ooh la la, what a man.
He's got a cute booty, doesn't he?
I know.
So Patience nods her head and says, yes, you should probably rest a little bit. I'll keep watch, don't worry. I won't let anything happen to Mother. And I guess you guys also. We've been through a lot.
So you see, like, almost he turns on a dime. Lutheran just kind of gives you a polite, courteous nod, sits down kind of cross-legged on the ground, and starts breathing in and out deeply and rhythmically. And in almost no time, you just sense that a calm has come about him. And you could tell you could wake him up pretty quickly if you needed to, but he's no longer kind of present in the moment.
Patience looks around the room and see if anyone is sleeping fitfully. Is everyone going to be soundly sleeping, safely sleeping?
Let's see here. I think that probably Court and Oren are both not sleeping very soundly, but definitely Oren. He's cuddled up with the bearskin rug. Honestly, he's sucking his thumb and whimpering a little bit.
After
even kidding.
kind of, after looking around, she kind of curls her lip in Court's direction. She hasn't had a great impression of him this entire trip.
Mm-hmm.
Same with the what was the other one? Sorry.
Oren.
Oh, same with Oren. They've both been loud and boisterous in the non-pleasant ways, and haven't been the most helpful the entire time. She doesn't dislike them, but she doesn't exactly hold them to be fond of her memory.
Okay.
If it was one of the others, she actually might have gone and comforted them, but since it's them, she's just kind of like, no. She looks back at the fire, picks up one of, I'm assuming there's like an iron poker near there, near the fireplace. She picks up the iron poker and probably like adjusts like the log, flipping it over to make sure all the sides are equally burned, you know, crushing any of the sticks that are kind of sticking out to add everything to the middle, brushing any of the old ash to the sides so the fire has enough oxygen. And we'll put another log on top of it to make sure it burns long and hard through the night. She will then just start humming gently under her breath again, the same song she was humming earlier to Pumbaa, a old lullaby her mother sang to her.
Okay, go ahead and roll a perform hum.
Warm hum.
Yeah.
I have a perform something, but I don't know if it's perform hum. Do I just press the perform button?
Did you put ranks in it?
Nope.
That's okay. Yeah, hit the perform button. You can still do it untrained.
Okay. It's a straight 10.
Just because I like the concept and I like the idea of there being some like song from your childhood that you're repeating. Everybody can heal 1 extra hit point tonight as they're being hummed to sleep by
Sweet.
patients.
I like it.
That would
really
make
nice.
sense with
That's
her
fucking awesome, actually.
with her special racial abilities. It would actually sound like the whispers of wind with the hum, almost like it is whistling over rocks or around trees, as if nature itself was most likely humming.
I assume Jace is soaring, like sawing fucking redwoods. Like he is
Just
fucking
full sequoia redwoods trees.
yeah, just fucking as loud as possible.
Just harmonizing the humming with the snoring.
And honestly, even through the snoring, as the humming reaches your subconscious mind, it calms him, and everybody sleeps soundly as you hum through the song. I mean, and they all seem to sleep very well at this. The fire burns, you keep it burning. You see, you even hear the humming coming into your meditation, Loenthra, and it becomes a part of whatever that process is like for you. And you guys all sleep deeply and well. And even Orin and Court, even though you weren't humming for them specifically, they gain the benefits of it and they go to sleep. He actually moves over and begins sucking the other thumb, his I'm comforted thumb, not his sad thumb.
Sad.
He doesn't wet the pelt.
That's good. That's good. That'd be gross. There's an
No,
actual
you
pig in
can't.
there who
It's
won't
hard.
let the pelt.
There's no dry cleaners around here. That bear skin will smell like piss forever. Okay. And patients, do you eventually go back to sleep and finish the night?
Yeah, after she sees that the fire is burning steadily, the log is still thick, and she can calculate how much time, probably roughly estimate it'll burn at least until first light. She will then, from her own internal clock, will go back next to Pumbaa and wait the night out,
Okay.
sleeping lightly.
And sure enough, you do. As your meditations are ending, Loenthrin, you wake up. You probably timed it to wake up a little bit before everybody else, anyways. You see the fire still burning. It's low, but it's still burning, and you see the first rays of sunlight coming through the closed shutters, just shining in dust motes inside this very crowded cabin. There's good ventilation here, so the smoke's billowing out. You see Adriel leaned up against the door, lights shining through the cracks there as well, and everybody is asleep.
I'm fairly graceful, so I try to almost quietly treat it almost like it's any other day, and like quietly try to put a kettle of water on, or if she's got some sort of small pot that I can hang in the hearth to start boiling water. Basically, I'm just going to start trying to make breakfast.
All right, roll a stealth check.
I
Drop
wake
the
these
pot.
fools up.
Drop the big metal kettle. Do it.
Well,
Cowbell us all awake.
hold on.
And everybody, roll a perception check -10 for being asleep.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Okay.
So -3.
Okay. Oh, damn. So you'll have to roll a 30 to actually wake up from it. You move with just expertly, just for fun.
Mine not work? Oh, maybe not.
Here's one in there, Jace. I see it.
Okay.
Pumbaa. Oh, yeah, I forgot to do his. Sorry.
That's right. I enjoyed doing it myself. Yeah. You all, you move deftly and quietly, not even creaking on the floorboards. I mean, you're very nimble, and you're able to start the iron pot that's sitting there, made out of scrap metal from the ship. Obviously, it's a kettle that's bent together for this purpose. You're able to heat it over the fire, and just as everybody's waking up, you guys see water hissing or steam hissing out of the top of this kettle, and you guys see Loenthrin making tea for everyone.
And as they kind of, probably not everybody's awake, but enough are, I say. Looks like we've survived our first night on this island after all, friends. Let's get up, fill our bellies with what we can, and see if we can go find Lorb.
Uh, going to a cupboard, Millie's able to pull out some flatbread. It looks almost like tortillas more than anything else, and she's able to pull some out for all of you. Eat well, friends. I have I guess you wouldn't have butter. You don't make pig butter. Uh, uh, she pulls it out, as well as a small jar of what looks like some sort of black jam. Uh, Eat your fill. You travel far today, and I want to make sure that you're full and safe.
It's a beach
Hell
jam.
yeah, I'm down.
How much,
That sounds
how
great.
much do we heal for the night?
You heal your hit dice +1 for the hum.
Okay.
So yeah.
I think I'm already topped out, so I think I'm okay.
Okay.
If Adriel gets close to Lewinthorn at some point, she can almost hear him mutter, "If only she had some tasty elf flesh." Try to perpetuate those rumors of cannibalism.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
I was gonna make a Jace roll for it, but I think that since his people are familiar with your people, they have a better chance of not. I actually
What?
have a
Wait,
small
I
table that I'm
missed
gonna
it.
roll. There's
Fuck.
random rumors for you know
Okay.
what? Go ahead and
Yeah.
roll. I'll roll percentiles for you real quick.
Yeah,
Go
let's
ahead.
look. Thank you.
Okay, just give me 1 second. Let me pull this
Yep.
sheet up. Are you wearing shoes, Linthorn?
That's a good question. I think probably during the day and such, yes, but when we realized we were settled in for the night, no.
Okay, so as you're starting to get up, Jace, you notice something very strange about this frost elf. As you look at him and see him padding across the floor, he doesn't have 7 toes on his left foot like you've always known frost elves to have.
What the
Something,
fuck?
I mean, it's just common knowledge, especially in your family. You've always known that that's how you tell for sure that it's a frost elf. If there's any sort of magical disguise on someone, or that you're looking for tracks on their left foot, they're supposed to have 7 toes, but this one only has 5. This one only has 4. I'm
4?
kidding.
No,
No,
wait.
he has 5. He has 5 toes.
They're supposed to have 7?
That's what you always heard.
Okay.
You've
Excuse me,
never
sir.
experienced this in person.
I'm gonna ask questions. Excuse me, sir. What?
What's
This
up with your
might
foot?
be. Why do you not have 7 toes, sir?
Is it plausible that I'm probably pretty familiar with all of these rumors through my travels? Like,
I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say you've never heard of this one before, but you think you have an idea of what's going on here.
yeah. So even though I probably haven't heard this one, I'm
That one's
used to people
300.
having
That one's 300 years old.
I
Yeah.
look shocked. I look shocked. My eyes are wide. I'm like pointing at your feet.
I'm used to these kind of misconceptions, and I'm like,
Judging
an
him for his
accident.
physical appearance.
I'm
It was
a
an accident a
skilled
long time
tracker.
ago.
If I would notice this. This would be something that would be top of my thoughts.
When I went on my Onto an adolescent vision quest, there was a terrible accident. I don't like to speak of the details, but fear not, friend. I truly am an Onto.
Dude, I mean, I don't have sense motive, but am I sensing sarcasm? I'm wise as fuck.
You can still roll your sense motive if you want to, man.
Okay.
Roll it. You have to roll bluff.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
See here. Damn it. All right. On work.
Oh, I fucking love Lewinthorn.
Oh gosh, my Christmas is horrible, so this is gonna be bad roll.
It's wisdom. It's wisdom.
Oh, what? Oh, I get it.
Or Jace,
Is
you're
that
rolling
how-
sense motive.
Oh, okay, my bad.
No, you're fine.
What was it again?
Sense motive.
Sense motive. There it is.
Man, that's a horrible thing. You're sure, Jace, because you know that they put a lot into growing up there. They're kind of tribal, so losing a sign of his people might actually be pretty shameful for him. But
he tells you straightforward. So I mean, maybe you have a lot of respect for that.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, sir.
Okay, we suffer in our own quiet ways. And I lace up my shoes.
I take a fine look at his shoes and what imprints they might make in the dust as
All
he
right,
applies them on.
you make note of them. They're definitely normal 5-toed shoes, but so he must have
All
lost them
right.
a long time ago. Okay, so as this flatbread's brought out, the beet jam is being spread on it or placed out for all of you. Everybody begins to eat. Gigi gets up and you hear her bones popping as she's getting to. She kind of rubs her neck for a minute. She goes to the edge of the bed and kind of blinks a few times and begins to lace up her boots.
She took off her stocking, so actually Patience is going, now that she sees Gigi wrestling, part of her duties always growing up was to help Gigi start her mornings, like hand her like the face basin full of water, hand her stockings after she's shaken them out and aired them. Gigi, while an affectionate mother, has also been one of those where, like, earn your keep even though you're my kid kind of
Oh
mother.
yeah, totally makes
So
sense.
she is everyone's like kind of chagrined because Patience looks like she is an adult, but she's like helping her mother roll her stockings up, putting her boots on for her. Just kind of overly doting almost.
Okay, and you know what? Especially now, Gigi takes it with a smile, and as you're rolling her stockings up, she actually reaches over and puts her hand on your head. Um, uh, you are the best daughter I could ever have. I want you to know that.
Patience's hands still for a second. She doesn't look up, but she's just very startled. She again doesn't. Her mother's always been, while affectionate, it has been a very professional affection, a gruff affection, not so much words or action, like direct actions, but like if she had done well one day gathering herbs or brought home a nice game, she would get the first portion or the biggest piece of meat, or her mother would incidentally leave like an extra ointment for her chapped hands the next day out of nowhere, even though it's an expensive product for them as traveling
I
people.
like that. That sounds good.
So to have this very vocal affirmation, uh, Patience is very, very touched, and she will kind of pinch her lips together to not have any outbursts because she knows how much this probably took her mom to admit. She doesn't want to make a big fuss about it, so it's almost like you were trying to not scare an animal or something.
And out of the corner of your eye, you can kind of see that maybe her eyes are just a little bit watery. She says that, and, and and maybe I just don't say it enough to you. Thank you, my dear. She kind of whispers the
Patience,
last bit.
Patience hears the whisper, and a big old grin kind of breaks across her face, and she finishes rolling up her mother's stockings and then looks up and just beams at her mom and gives her a nod, knowing that just that is enough for her mom to not feel as embarrassed about admitting all of this emotion, but still accepting and happy for it.
Eh, now don't go and waste too much time. Make sure that there won't be any rain on our travels today, or on your travels today, and and make sure you have everything packed up. I don't want you losing anything on the trail. I won't be there to catch it.
Patience Patience's grin gets wider. She's like, "Of course, Mom. You've always taught me the best way to pack, and I would never forget the things you'd always remind me." She then stands up, turns around, and you see her quickly wipe a hand really fast across her eye, almost like she was scratching it as opposed to really wiping it. You see her kind of shake her head and get busy with actually packing her bag, following her mother's instructions, not skipping a beat.
Awesome. I wish Jared and Brad were there to hear that. That was some good role playing. I'm gonna go. I have to pee, so I'll be right back. I have to pee. I promise. That's what it is.
Go pee!
Yep.
We
I'll
know
be
you're
back.
pooping. It's
Or
okay.
or masturbate, whatever. I understand.
Yeah, I mean, like if you need to get one out real quick.
One of the things.
Okay, I will admit that I'm pooping. Okay. All
Go
right.
poop.
While
Don't
masturbating.
strain.
I understand.
I never strain.
Oh my
Okay.
gosh.
I gotta pee. I got to pee.
Go pee. Go pee. Go pee and make toots. I don't know. Whatever you do.
Good luck, sir.
Both.
Both.
Doritos, what flavor you eating there?
Little spicy sweet chili.
Oh, those are good, man. Those are the good ones.
My wife
Yeah,
normally hates Doritos, but she tried one of these. She's like, "Those are delicious."
they're really good. I was actually surprised the first time I tried one of those out of vending machine. I was like, fuck, these are
You remember
fire.
the time, like probably about a decade ago now, they did one of their little gimmick flavors, and they called them roulette, and they were normal. Like I think it was like 9 out of 10 chips in the bag were just normal nacho cheese Doritos, but then the 10th one was like the super 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 hot ones.
Yeah, I
And,
remember.
man, that was such a good time.
Never acquired one of those, and I'm glad I didn't because I heard bad things about those chips. Like that was an intense chip.
It's like
Like if you got a hold of that chip, you probably wish you didn't have a hold of that chip.
he's exactly right. Exactly.
Well, they're back.
Oh, they're back. They're doing it again.
Yeah, roulette chips are in the stores again.
Oh, dude, that's awesome. It's the greatest idea. You have to eat chips with terror in your heart.
At least Doritos have decent commercials. Like commercials today have gotten so horrible. Like at least
Well,
Doritos try to make it fun. They're not like fucking straight up assholes about it. They're like,
Oh,
here, enjoy your commercial.
I actually don't have TV anymore.
I
We
don't
use
either,
almost
but
purely streaming services, so
I don't either. But almost always Doritos keep it friendly. They're like they don't try to play the bullshit mind controlling shit like every fucking like every 99.9% of all commercials. Please buy our fucking product. We're trying to brainwash you to buy our fucking product. Buy it now. Have a great day. Fuck off.
I mean that
What's
is
your money?
legitimately advertising. That is what marketing is for.
Yeah.
This is to make you buy shit. That is their that is their job.
Yeah, but they're like super douches about it. At least Doritos is like, here, you got a fucking free laugh. On top of that, you also want Doritos because they're awesome.
I'm not
They're
really a fan of Doritos. I'll eat Doritos if it's like
really?
there and there's nothing else there. I don't really
Oh
like
man,
that fake nacho-y taste.
it's very odd. Well, have you tried the fucking Cool Ranch ones? Fuck
Uh,
around.
they smell like ass and they taste like ass. So no,
mm,
thank you.
I disagree.
I don't like ranch flavored things. I find it to
I'm
be
gonna
offensive to the palate.
right, but I am going to disagree with that
Like I
because
like
I'm
ranch
all
dressing.
about that
Ranch dressing
ranch
is
fucking
nice,
Doritos.
but like ranch flavored anything else, like the powdered ranch flavoring, it kind of makes me want to vomit in my
There
mouth
are
just a bit.
very few companies that I'll back in this world. I will fucking back Doritos. You can
Doritos,
even use you can even use a Dorito for a fucking starting a fire in a survival situation.
that's
you can
true.
use you could use human hair as well. Whoop-de
It
fucking
doesn't it
do.
doesn't burn as well. It's a flash fire. And it
It is a
also
flash
melts.
fire.
You're not
Yep.
going to get a very good burn time off of it. So you have to have very dry tinder and specific tinder for that to be effective.
Now
Mm-hmm.
listen, Ely, I
But
agree with you.
Doritos will burn for a long time because of the oils soaked in them.
I just
Now
rather
I
have a
agree with
regular
you. You
tortilla.
are correct. That is a factual statement.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing you have to keep in mind is that should we be worried about putting it inside our body when that's a true statement?
Of course, anything that they sell at the store, you should be worried about consuming.
I
Because
try
the
to buy.
fucking FDA, they don't give a fuck. They're just like, oh, you're gonna give me $10,000 to tell people that it's okay? It's fucking okay.
I always laugh because I have a lot of European friends on my other D&D
Like,
server, and they're like, you know, a lot of those things you guys still have in your food are banned and illegal in our countries because they have been proven time and time again to be bad for humans, like poison. I'm like, yeah, I know.
oh, it's
Thank you for
true.
reminding me.
They're
I
poisoning our
appreciate that.
people.
Oh, of
There's
course.
so many mindless people in this country.
Also, a
It's
side
very
note,
sickening. It's very sickening.
why do teenagers nowadays look like they are older than I am?
I don't
And yet
understand it either.
when I was their age, I properly looked like a 12-year-old boy, like we all should at that age. Everyone is just 12-year-old boys, sexless
I don't.
muppets.
I don't understand, man. And why are they wearing
I
skimpy
can't.
ass clothes? If you're a kid, don't wear skimpy ass clothes. Your parents should not let you wear skimpy ass clothes.
I honestly, it's not the clothes though. It's not the clothes. It is literally their bodies and their faces are
Well,
different.
that's
The
just because they're
structure is different.
that's just because they're eating all those fucking extra hormones and shit through they putting into the animals and shit.
Truth.
That's
I
all
like
it
my
is.
animals with extra hormones.
To be
I was
honest,
a vegetarian for
if
a
it
while, but it
if
made
it had
me
to
sick.
die to become on my plate, that's the best fucking dinner I'll ever have. Sorry.
Well, my grandfather used to hunt, so like for me, I don't mind meat eating, and I eat chicken and fish and turkey and poultry products still.
Don't eat bacon?
I don't eat pork and I don't eat beef.
No beef? Oh my god! Have you ever
Mm-mm.
had a ribeye?
I'm from Missouri. Of course, they had ribs. Oh my
No,
god!
no, not ribs. A rib eye.
Like a steak?
Yes, it's a certain cut off of a cow. It's very delicious.
I've had some fancy ass steaks. I work in hospital administration.
But have
I've
you
been.
had a ribeye like smoked for 2 hours? It
I
was
don't fucking
marinated for
know.
like 2
I've had
days
wagyu.
prior. It will blow your
She just
fucking mind.
she just
You
one
will
up you,
want.
bro. She had wagyu.
I'm
I did
telling
have
you,
wagyu.
I don't
It was
care.
alright.
I really don't care. The time and process to putting it into a proper ribeye with smoke and marinated. You
See,
will
my thing is
probably
like
wish that every
I
cow
don't.
in your vicinity was dead so
Oh
I
yeah,
could just make one of those
See,
steaks.
it's not that I dislike the taste. I like the taste of pork. I like the taste of beef, but I don't approve of the American butchering like facilities that we have and how they go about it. And
that's
I
why
also
I
don't
don't eat
support
meat.
like the big business because honestly, it's
Oh,
businesses that make all the money.
well,
Not even the farmers are making the money for their animals they're getting out there and it's being sold. We also have a horrible overproduction of meat in general in this country, and most of it gets thrown away in our stores as it is. That
And they
and
live the
most of the
most
land we
shitty,
have,
miserable fucking lives, dude. It's
yeah,
fucked.
and
what?
it has a horrible
Cows have
carbon.
pretty decent lives.
No, they don't, bro.
No, they
That's not.
don't. My aunt had a dairy farm, and you would think, oh, dairy farm, they're not
My
being killed for the
grandma
meat.
had a
No, it's
dairy
awful.
farm.
It is sad if it's a large scale dairy farm that's actually
It was a
making
pretty
money and not a small
like
mom and pop.
no, it
If it's
wasn't
if it is
small.
a
They milked the
smaller,
fuck out of them.
Hey,
I'll.
Ely, the meat you're buying doesn't come from a nice dairy farm up in the hills where they
That's
fucking live
true.
happily.
That's
They
true.
live in
That's
like shitty
true.
little stalls covered in shit and blood and pus and fucking all sorts of gross garbage, dude. If
mm-hmm,
you don't buy your meat from very specific places, you're
mm-hmm.
buying the most tortured, miserable fucking animals. Go to like seriously, like parts of Texas you'll drive through and just see miles and miles of cows just so crowded together, covered in shit and blood and
Yeah, but
fucked,
I
man.
don't go to Texas. Most of my meat's local here from fucking cows that are on
Bro,
pretty decent sized farms.
did you buy chicken tenders tonight? Is that what you said?
I did. Yes, sir.
Those motherfuckers aren't
Those
living
poor
fucking.
chickens. Those poor
No,
chickens.
chickens are fucked. I agree.
Those
Chickens do not
times
have good lives.
I feel really bad. I mean,
I
when I
I
eat
feel
chicken, I usually
slightly
try to
bad for
order.
chickens, but they
I buy
taste
free
so
range and
delicious.
organic just because I feel
No,
bad.
I kind of don't
But
care.
that's privilege, you know. That's unfortunately like not everyone can eat like that. So I always understand when people are like, you know what, it's easier for me to buy the sad chicken breasts that were taken from chickens that literally lived in terror, died in terror.
I would
Terror is written
definitely
into
kill
their
my own
flesh.
chickens. My great grandma did. She'd grab them
Well,
by the
yeah.
neck and just fucking spin them around till their heads popped off, and they'd run
I
around the
mean,
yard.
I
blood
butcher
personally
my own
don't.
fish,
But
so
I don't judge people for eating meat because I mean, like for most of my life I ate meat, and just recently I really like started changing. Jen was a vegetarian for like 18 years, but
oh wow,
I mean, since we're talking about it, I think it's only fair to say what I'm saying. This isn't a judgment, but we just live in a time where if it's not a health decision to eat meat, there's so many other sources of protein
yeah,
that aren't going to cause. I mean, we know animals have
well,
a fucking nervous system; they feel
yeah.
pain.
The other thing with this
I
thing
know
with
their
that is the
intelligence. I know
socioeconomic,
their
like
creatures. I know
ramifications.
they're
Also,
way
not
smarter
everyone
than we
can
give them
afford the
credit for.
alternatives.
Yeah, exactly, and
Like to get the
that's another thing. The whole
yeah, which is
vegetarian
a
thing
shame.
is kind of a hipster fucking like argument. It's like, I mean, because luckily Jen and I can afford to do that, you know.
Same.
But
Like
I mean,
I'm
most people
fortunate,
live
but
most people in America live in a food desert and don't have the fucking
mm-hmm,
economic means to actually eat like that. They have to eat whatever they can. And again, I don't
yeah,
judge that because I get it. And I don't judge you for fucking eating a chicken that was treated like shit because I mean, I
you
don't
do
know
what you
this
I
do.
poor
did.
chicken.
I'm doing it. It's not going to go to waste. I'll make sure it's eaten.
Awesome.
Awesome.
I would
Damn
pay
right I
extra.
will.
I would
Alright,
pay extra to make
I just
sure
realized
my
I was
animals
thirsty.
were
1 second.
extra abused.
Thank you, Brad.
Brad
Are you
actually
back, Brad?
uses the chicken strips themselves. before
It's
he
true.
puts them
It's true.
together.
Whip the chickens with the
Brad-
strips.
Yep. What are you doing with that chicken strip?
Don't mind.
I'm gonna make
this.
a chicken strip. Oh my god! Don't make it take its clothes off. No. Okay. So once she gets back, Brad, are you back?
I'm sort of half here right now.
Okay.
I'm listening, if nothing else.
Okay.
I just got some real life
Hey,
craziness going on.
cheers whenever you open that.
Okay. So after this conversation that Patience has with Gigi,
Mhm.
the door's open. I'll go ahead and open that door real quick. Boop.
Wait, what?
And
Doors opening? The sun up?
yeah, the sun's up.
All right.
And there you are. Once more, and Millie explained this to you yesterday. There's a northern path that heads northeast along the island. As long as you follow the trail markers, which hopefully all haven't fallen down at this point, you should pass the cemetery where she asked you to dig a hole for her, which you guys kind of honestly was kind of declined by most of you. And if you head past that before too long, you'll come across Peril Home, which is close to the coast. It's about a half a day's journey.
Um. Sorry. Can Jace have a say what he's gonna do after he ate breakfast?
Of course.
I was gonna search the perimeter for tracks for these fucking Ani.
Okay.
About 100 foot from the shed, as far as I was gonna go, like circumference.
Okay.
Plan on
Roll
taking
perception
however
check.
long it takes.
You can roll a perception check.
Give me just a second to figure this out.
And
Sorry.
while he's doing that and
Seriously.
figuring out, what are the rest of you guys gonna do? Because it's gonna take you time to do that. It'll take a good amount of time.
Have I not seen it? Okay.
Okay, awesome.
Since it's
And what are
Ani,
the-
I get a +2 for being my favored.
Noted. 21. Okay, what about the rest of you guys? What are you doing?
I'll probably start preparing spells.
Yeah, I'll do the same. And the big difference for me, I'm gonna unmemorized read magic and add detect magic. So it can't.
Hell yeah, that's fucking smart, man.
I think Adriel's going to go out into the yard and sort of do like a kata. Basically,
Okay.
just kind of some practice move type things.
Totally.
Or
Awesome.
Tai Chi.
Yeah, sort of. But she's going to use her glaive for all of it.
Orn obviously follows you, and when Court hears exercise going on, he'll also go out there and kind of watch you with a smile as you do so. He just leans on his shield as he watches you.
Cool. Oren's probably seen
Alright.
this 1,000 times, but
Yeah, he's bored. He's drinking his tea. Okay. So you guys are preparing spells.
can I
Patience,
roll
you're
a
getting
perform
your
check?
bag- Yeah, dude, that'd be cool as fuck. Okay. Can you give
That's
me a
cool.
description?
Basically, I don't know if you guys are familiar with what a kata is in martial arts, but it's basically
Oh
like
yeah.
it's sort of an imaginary battle that she kind of like works her way through methodically, following certain patterns and using certain moves. So she basically is just extremely graceful, wielding this otherwise large weapon, and all of her motions just seem very fluid, and it looks literally almost like a dance, which is why I use perform dance. But yeah, it looks cool. It looks very fluid, very graceful.
Awesome.
I don't know how to describe
Okay.
it better than
Yeah.
that.
No, I think that's perfect, man. And as you go through this, Court kind of smiles. When he starts out, he's kind of like in an almost mocking way as he's smiling. But after a while, he he starts to kind of give you a nod as you go through it, and he looks over at Orin and he elbows him in the shoulder. Think you're watching the wrong thing. See the way she's handling that glaive? Woman's got moves. Orin kind of like comes loose for a second as he was watching it, and don't touch me, you knave, he says in Rond. And you
Sorry about
begin
that.
you go through it. And let's see here. You said you're preparing spells, Lutheran. I kind of missed the first part of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, and you are also preparing spells, correct, Kellen?
Yep.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, so Jace, you begin to walk around the perimeter here. The underbrush is thick. It's like I said, very jungly. There's thorns and vines, puddles of water, thick pits of sand as you go through here on this deserted island. And as you look around, I mean, how long are you gonna spend before you give up? Fucking 20 minutes pass. You don't see anything.
I'm still looking unless the party says, or unless I hear something from someone from the
Sorry guys, there's a
acquaintances.
weird noise outside my house. I just need to check this out.
Go ahead. Understand. Grab a weapon if you need.
If he doesn't come back in a couple minutes, we call the police.
I advised him to grab a weapon. I generally do.
Usually when we hear a bad sound, it's just like a random country person, or it's a fox.
Yeah, there's meth heads around here. You never
Or
know.
You're alive.
Grandfather grief. Yeah, I'm good. It's not the fucking Uber guy. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, Ely. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Long
No, you're
story.
fine. I understand. Unless someone says something from the new acquaintances that I've just met, I'm like, I'm 100% certain that she was affected by one of these creatures, so I know one was about. So I'm searching for it.
Okay. All right. You finish your katas. You finish your spell preparation. You get everything packed up perfectly. Patience, you know you did it just the way that Gigi likes it. And before you go, she reaches out and just touches your hand really quick, just a brush. Be careful, and make sure none of your our new friends die either.
Patience looks a little bit reluctant about the new friends part. While she has considered them companions, she wouldn't say she would consider them friends, because even whenever she has traveled, it always has been her mom, and her mom's friends, or acquaintances, or business partners, or a variety of other people. But they've always been very transient. So the idea of making connections with other people other than her mom is kind of like but I have you, mom. With affection clear in her eyes, she is going to leave one of the rations that she had made the day before, in a patient's ration that gives a +1 morale, and will hand it to Gigi and say, I don't know how much food they have left here, Mother. So please make sure you eat enough. Take care of yourself, and I know we'll be coming right back. I'll make sure these people come back in mostly one piece.
She gives a nod and a smile. I'll be fine. Don't you worry about me.
She presses the ration into her hands, and then kind of beckons for Pumbaa. Come here, boy. Let's go.
All right, he's wagging his fucking tail like a dog. He stands up and his hooves click against the floorboards as you head out.
She gives him a scritchy scritch on his little bristly chin, and heads out after the party. She's also going to take this time, once they're in the forest, to practice some herbalism, collecting more herbs along the way that she may recognize or not recognize, and doing gentle taste tests to see if it's things they can use for the party later on. As she is not a healer, but more of a first aider, and she knows that the priest will eventually run out of power if they all get too injured. She would like to be prepared for whatever might come upon them.
Sorry, I needed a little music, and this is not it. Damn it! I thought I fixed all this shit. Okay, it doesn't matter. Just turn
Roll20
it down if you
probably
don't.
changed
Take
something
it.
on you.
What, Ely? What,
Think-
Jace?
Think I could take a second to roll a heal check to like tear some of my cloth over and like cover my fucking gaping eye hole?
You don't need to roll for it. Give me a description of what it looks like. In fact, as you're out there, you start to notice like jungle flies like landing on your fucking scabbed face, and it ain't comfortable.
All right. Yeah, I'm totally just tearing a piece of my shirt off and just like wrapping it over my face, the left side of my face, and tying it behind the back of my head, and continuing
And
my
it-
search, looking as fine as I can onto the ground.
Okay, and as you guys are all finishing this, getting ready, and coming out the front door, you guys notice Jace isn't immediately visible, and as you notice off to the side, we'll just stay over in this direction, kind of close to the crater. You see him with a new wrap over his eye that he's tied tightly, and he seems to be looking through some brush. He's kind of poking it with his boot as he's moving branches around. At this point, you haven't found anything.
Roger. Still looking. Unless they say something to
Okay.
me, I'm not stopping.
He just
Yeah,
kind of looks
we're
over at you
about.
guys and keeps looking around. So what do you guys do?
Patience is going to go again into the forest and look for any possible useful herbs that she can possibly
Okay.
alchemize for potions or salves later.
Okay, and you can also do this as part of your travels too.
Okay. And she's also going to
Okay,
use
so
Pumba to
it-
look for mushrooms. Oh, she can't do that. He's not trained.
Smart.
Sorry, just kidding.
You can eventually train him to do that though, and that's a cool concept. I like that.
Truffle pig.
Hell yeah. All right.
Hey,
So
Jace,
you guys see.
we're gonna be headed out.
Wait, what? What happened? Sorry.
Jace, we're gonna be headed out. Are you coming with?
Where you heading?
Uh,
I don't know these lands.
we are gonna travel to another part of the island. Try to find her. See what happened to her mate, the house owner.
Better in numbers, I say.
Well, indeed, we might run into any more of the creatures. Maybe you can fight them then.
Better they are dead, that is.
What direction was it again?
Honestly, it's kind of this way. In fact, I'm gonna say right here in this spot. You guys see a small opening underneath the trees that heads off into a path, and you see the first marker. It looks like a long plank from a ship, and hanging off of it are a few scraps of sail.
Let's do this.
There it is. All right, you guys get your shit, equip your armor,
Yep.
and start to head out.
Never
So-
took it off.
Sorry.
All right, so
Do you have
so the
endurance?
path becomes. He
Yeah,
does.
I do.
Okay, the path winds, becomes thin at points, and opens up as you guys head out into the trail. The flies buzz thick in the air. You hear the screeches of the monkeys in the trees. And at points as you go deep onto the trails, no open sunlight touches you from how thick the canopy of trees is in certain parts. You see water slowly bubbling across in small brooks. There's a lot of water here. There's a lot of small streams and rivers on this island, outcroppings of sandstone rising up, and honestly, just valleys of almost pure sand, just covered in rocks and thick weeds that grow up on it. Palm trees, small strange plants, purples, reds, flowers of almost every single color grow in this island. And as we go, I would like a marching order, if you don't mind starting here, because it does get thin, and going to here.
Starting where?
So
Where I'm at?
here, I'll just go ahead and draw that. So just do a straight line from here to here.
I have no idea where we're at, so I mean, I would probably try to head towards the front, but understand. Other
Pumbaa's
people
always
are-
going to be right next
I
to
don't know where
Patience.
we're
Is that
going.
okay?
Is it 1 square wide?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Well, if you don't know where you're going, you might maybe not stay in the front.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
No,
There we
I
go.
understand.
Okay. And as long as you guys are satisfied with this marching order, the rest of these fools are being left behind. And it can always change in the future. I just want a general idea. Let me go ahead and do a sniffing tool just so I have that sitting here.
Can I make notes of everybody's tracks, what they look like?
Are you gonna draw? There's actually a track book that I think you can buy as a ranger or make yourself.
Oh, I
Just so you know, we
I
might.
don't have any gear. All I have is my armor, my sword. I don't have any food
Mhm.
or anything. I was just transported.
Yeah,
here.
I'm just saying you can start making one.
No, I would totally do that.
Or okay, so I keep that here, and okay. And as you head along the way, Tempe, go ahead and roll your survival to grab herbs and shit, and
Profession
healing
or
things.
survival?
Do you have profession alchemy, or did you just keep it with herbalism?
I have
can't
I have
remember.
profession herbalism and then craft alchemy.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your profession herbalism. Okay. And I will take that into account as we travel. Not bad. Not bad for rolling an 8. Okay. As the path winds, sitting in front, Adriel, there are several points when you notice animal life off in the distance. And in fact, at one point, as you're coming across the path, you see a red-striped, black-bodied viper slowly dart across and pause for a moment, and then just continue under a shelf of rocks. Thick fruit grows in trees. In fact, I'm going to say, Patience, you're not finding much in the way of herbs at the speed that you're going. But at one point off to the side, you see a tall, thick, pale-wooded tree, and hanging from it are several, like almost a sunset orange-colored fruit hanging thickly, almost kind of like an orange. But as you get close, you can smell the refreshing scent of citrus, and you think that you may be able to gather some, and it looks edible.
She will pull her like not masterwork dagger from her hip and have it fly towards the fruit to knock it from or cut it from the tree, and catch the fruit below.
Okay. As you do so,
And then
roll
collect your dagger.
I'm not gonna make you roll for it. You're able to catch the fruit. You throw the dagger, you cut it loose, and as it drops, you catch it. It's thick, it's round. It's probably about the size of a softball, and you give it a quick smell. It smells good, and you like check it out.
Before she takes a bite, I'm gonna comment say, "Careful, those are poisonous."
When she threw her dagger, I would definitely grab my hilt
She
of my
probably
sword,
knows better, but
unless I
As
didn't
you
see it.
as you look at the grapefruit that you caught and hear him say that, maybe it's because he's a foreigner, but you're pretty sure that these things are edible.
Patience will take her dagger that she had caught after it fell from hitting the fruit and will slice a single, like a slice out of it, and will put it in front of Pumbaa's face. Now, Pumbaa's lived on this island for a long, long time. So she'll put it in front of him, not really offering, but just like giving him a sniff of it and see what his reaction is while making direct eye contact with Adriel.
Yeah, man. The Pumbaa sniffs it, one quick snort, and he wolfs down the red flesh of the fruit.
Adriel just grins.
And then he died.
Patience-
he explodes into bacon.
He
Delicious
explodes
bacon.
the
I mean, oh.
She will
Okay.
then cut up their slice and stick it in her mouth as well, and kind of just suck on the sour juices from the grapefruit.
Are you gonna try to gather some?
Yes, she is.
Okay, I'm gonna just go ahead and roll for how many you gather, just to make this easy. You spend like 10 minutes gathering fruit. Is that cool?
Yeah.
All right.
Can Jace ready in action to fucking draw a sword? Like, 'cause he knows these
There we go.
things
That's
are
what I wanna
about.
do. You get 7 good grapefruits. And you said you're gonna ready your wait. You gonna pull your sword out?
No, I don't want to pull it out. I just want to ready in action to draw my sword. Because I know
Okay.
these creatures are about. I'm being cautious
Alright,
as
man.
I walk through this woods.
Do you have your shield equipped?
Yes.
Okay. All right, man. Always at the ready. You guys sense this from Jace, as he's every now and then when you stop, and even as at one point, Adriel, you step in some monkey shit, and as you stop to scrape your shoe off, Jace is on edge as he sees you stop. You notice the whole line stop, and then after a second, Jace, you realize she's just getting monkey shit off her shoes. But the whole time, Jace is on guard. His sword is close to at hand, and there's several times when he pulls out a couple inches of steel before you realize there's nothing. Fair enough.
Yes.
As we're walking,
All right.
and I'm noticing this off and on, I'm probably, while still facing forward, like so that nobody can see my face or my mouth, I'm going to say, I feel kind of glad that I'm the only one who can't understand that fool. He's exhausting enough without knowing what he's saying.
Patience will kind of cover her mouth with one of the grapefruits and kind of giggle into it.
Okay, Jace, you're on guard. Roll sense motive.
I don't care
Or
what they...
linguistics if you have it.
Okay, I'll roll it. But I'm still on edge. I don't care what they think. Let's see here. Which were the two? Sorry, man.
Just roll sense motive. Okay, so the woman leading the group, the one with the glaive, at some point she stops and says something, and the woman that was also traveling with you, that you kind of had some heated words towards, she gives a giggle as they both laugh. Look at you.
Pay no heed. Concerned about my whereabouts.
Okay. And I want you guys to roll your perceptions as you move along. The path winds upwards, and there's a bit of a clearing in the thick jungled woods as this hill rises up above it. And let's go ahead and see that. Looking good, Patience. I
Oof.
like it.
Oof.
Nice.
Thank you.
Can Patience, while they're walking, kind of just take a gander at all of the types of flora and fauna around them? And because her and her mother were well traveled and well knowledgeable, she had access to bunches of different types of books and stories and lore. Could she try to figure out maybe, like, if she recognizes certain plants, like what areas of the world they would 100% be in, or like get a rough estimate?
Yeah, totally. I could see that. That totally makes sense. Are you just trying to find out like what biome you're in, type thing?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
you
if
can
she,
totally
she
do
knows
that.
the biome, then they like would know how far off from like an actual like, not really city or land, but just what's in those biomes that are prevalent, you know, population wise.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and roll it. Your it's actually gonna be knowledge nature.
I did.
Nice.
Oh, okay, awesome. Sorry, I
Fucking
wasn't on that
sweet-ass
page.
roll.
Badass. All right, so like I said before, I mean it's a very jungly biome. One thing that would be prevalent, especially in the books that you'd read through, is that there are a lot of herbs and things that would be healing in a place like this. You know that each island is probably different, and maybe this one's very specific because a lot of the plants you see looks kind of familiar to some of the plants you've read about or seen specimens of, perhaps, but they're not the exact same thing. So you think this might be a very isolated island biome. You probably haven't been out to these islands before, but yeah, I'm trying to answer this question for you. Can you give me a direct curiosity that you have?
So, from all of just the random stories she's heard from other travelers, the books she's read, if she can recognize, like, specifically, oh, this is like you know how we have different types of oranges. This is a navel orange. This is, you know, a Florida orange or whatever. Like, if she can kind of like narrow down like the type of plants and the type of fruits or whatever is around her, they can have a clear view of what island or what island region they are 100% in. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I think that totally makes sense. I'm trying to figure out if that would be a nature or a geography check. It's kind of it's kind of somewhere in the middle there. But you know what?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say you rolled high enough and you've traveled and seen a lot. I'm going to
I can
say
roll
that you
geography
don't.
too.
No, that's fine. I'm not like honestly. This is totally fine. I'm trying to think of a way to answer this. You don't know exactly what this island is, but you do know that there is a northeastern island chain. Let's see here. I think it's actually just the name of this island is the name of the chain. But let me go ahead and check. I actually have a name for it. I think. Sorry guys, just give me 1 sec.
Sorry, I asked a weird question.
No, I want you to. No, it's cool. I actually want you guys to ask these questions. I mean, you're like discovering, and that's totally cool. Just
Take your
as
time,
long as you
sir.
let me
You're
roll with the
great.
blows.
Doing good.
Thanks, man. That means a lot to me, Ely. All right,
Welcome, sir.
give me 1 sec. There we go. Yeah, these. You do know, you have heard of stories of some of the pirates and sailors that have come through here, and some of the books that you've read. You know that these are the Kishkaba archipelago, a small group of islands in this area, and you think it makes sense from some of the things you've read that you're probably in Kishkaba.
Kishkaba.
Yep.
Kishkaba Islands?
Yep. This, yes, the Kishkaba Islands.
Okay.
And let me go ahead and change that. In
Gonna
fact,
win
that is
this
actually
game of Clue.
this is actually it's a shared note with you already. So if you check it
Okay.
out, I have it written on there, and you can add some stuff to it. Okay, and let me make sure everything's cool with this. Let me throw you out there, and I'll check your perceptions in a second. Just give me 1 minute. Okay, and as the path opens up into more of it widens and the path disappears at some point. You're able to find the markers. At one point, you have to pause. Please don't. Okay, there we go. At one point, you have to pause to get your bearings, and after searching around for 20 or 30 minutes, you're able to find the next marker as the path forks off, and it widens. It becomes large enough for honestly all of you to walk abreast at some points as you head along. And with your perception checks. Okay, so let's see, Jace.
Get a +2 if it has to do with the audio. Just
No, I totally understand that. And Jace, the first thing you smell is the smell of scat. Something has murky, swampy, fecal smells that you catch as the breeze blows across you. And then the next thing you hear is running water. And before too long, all of you except for Patience hears running water as if there's a river up ahead. But you definitely smell some sort of animal shit.
Can I determine what scat it is?
I want you to roll that knowledge nature.
All right. It's horrible. All right. You can do that though.
Okay.
Patience will probably look for tracks while he's doing that. Because where there's poo, there's tracks. Hopefully, unless it fell from the sky, then it would be bird poo.
Within those air
Damn,
tracks.
that's max roll. I roll a 20 on that bitch.
Okay, just give me 1 second.
Sorry
Or
about
if
that.
it fell from the sky, it's Jace.
I'm also excited
Jace's
about that.
poo.
Jace's scat.
Happens, you all shit too. Don't fucking act like you don't.
Everyone shits,
I don't.
except for kids who don't have buttholes.
This is bullshit. Those are aliens.
Should I roll survival for the tracks, Ben?
It's actually gonna be perception to see the tracks, but let me see what he gets real quick. Honestly, just give me 1 sec. Okay, man, as you smell this murky, swampy.
Kind of cut out if you're still
And he's
talking.
frozen.
I think he froze. He
Frozen.
froze, Ben.
If you're still talking, I cannot hear you.
He froze. He froze.
Okay,
Ellie.
I'll text you.
Ely.
Yeah, remember Robert Ely, fucking general in Civil War.
I'd rather not remember the Civil War. My parents, my stepfather's humongous Civil War buff, and all my birthday for 5 years straight, all we did is go to see the Gettysburg reenactments.
Okay, don't
It was
do
the
that.
worst thing ever. No, it
That
was the
sounds-
worst thing ever.
Sounds delightful.
Like I said, don't do that.
The first time I'm just like, oh, this
Hey,
is
Ben's back.
novel. But the 4 years afterwards, not as cute. Not as
Yeah,
cute.
you kind of know how it's gonna end, don't you?
It gives you problems. Fucking don't deal with it.
Like, it's a great thing to do. Bring your Latin child to the Civil War reenactments. She is going
Telling
to
you,
really
if it gives
enjoy
you
it.
problems,
I think you're good,
don't
dude.
deal with
Weird.
it. Okay.
Hey, what's up?
Beard.
Yeah,
You're back.
yeah, I don't know what the fuck just happened, but murky, swampy, shitty smell that you
Murky,
smelled.
swampy, shitty smell.
It reminds you of maybe snake poop, something like
Okay.
that. It smells reptilian.
Ooh.
Okay.
Okay. It's good.
Patience, you can go ahead and roll a perception check to try to find tracks.
Yeah.
Damn.
So
Sure
perceptive.
enough, in a small sand embankment that comes up to the hill that you're on, as you look down, you actually see a little bit of poop, and you see track marks. You see footprints.
Can she determine what type of prints they are?
Roll that knowledge nature.
Okay.
Okay. As you look at these three-toed claw marks, some of them, honestly, some of them probably big enough to stretch across someone's chest. You realize that you're looking at croc tracks.
Patience kind of crouches down and is like placing her hand along the tracks. Typical like ranger tracker kind of movements and motions. She looks at Pumbaa and sees if he is showing any type of nervousness, as this is technically his island, or he's lived on here and would know if a predator was near. Is he showing any kind of discomfort? Like,
Yeah, probably a little bit. He's probably honestly sniffing the air a little bit, sniffing up, and as he gets down into the sand and sniffs around where you're at, he kind of startles as he sniffs where the track is, and he just runs in a quick circle around you and gets behind you.
Patience kind of stands up, dusts her knees off, and kind of gives Pumbaa a reassuring scratch on the snout, and turns around to the group, and then Anor says, "This was a very, very large crocodile on land. I do believe they run very quickly from the books I've read. I've never had to fight one myself. Mainly bears and tigers where we were traveling last. I've seen them in books though. I didn't think they got this big." And she kind of motions down to where the tracks are to indicate how large they are and how wide they are.
Let's avoid it then.
Can she see which direction the tracks are going?
As you look through the sand here, you really start to notice that these tracks are going everywhere here. Obviously, there's some animal trails up in this area. There's water ahead, and the path heads straight towards it.
So she points these out. Can I roll a perception check on that?
You see them.
Right.
She points out.
Need to roll anything on that?
I mean, she tells you what they are. What do you want? Like, what do you mean?
Just asking if there's anything I could add to the scenario by looking at the tracks.
As she points it out and identifies it, you're pretty sure she's right. It's a big ass lizard of some sort.
Should that? Just nodding in agreement.
Adriel's not slowing down.
Okay.
She's
Alright,
keeping an eye
again.
out, but
I'll be right
she's
back.
not slowing down.
Okay.
Sure. I'm sorry.
All right. So you guys come here often?
Hey,
Oh, but every other week.
Only on Tuesdays.
You come here on Tuesdays?
Yeah, it's super lonely.
You just sit in the... Hell yeah.
and roll
Yeah,
20
I was
in
actually
the
thinking
voice
about...
check.
Sit here and I just sing all by myself as loud as I can.
I'll
you
have to start
hummed a
coming on
song from
Tuesdays.
Oh no, I belt the song all by myself.
Hell
It's the
yeah.
only way. That's the only way to sing that song is at the top of your lungs.
So I have an
All right.
interesting scheduling conflict here in about 4 weeks.
So you're gonna quit your job? That's cool.
No.
Oh,
We're gonna drive down to Texas in 4 weeks, and
aye.
it would only take us 36 minutes out of our way to swing through Norman, Oklahoma.
Okay. Cool.
What's
Just
in
throwing
Norman,
it out there.
Oklahoma?
This guy I'm banging.
A wild Ben.
A wild Ben will appear. Yeah, we should chill.
Yeah.
Are you? I mean, if you need a place to crash, I'm sure Jen would be cool with it too. You guys can
I
hang out for a night.
don't think so, but we
You
could
really
definitely
don't want
like
to. I have
stop
too
for
many
lunch or
kids.
something.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good, dude. Just give me a heads up. Remind me.
Thought you guys were gonna have a slumber party. That sounds a lot more fun.
That'd be a lot of fun.
A little butt play.
A
Almost
little.
died. I'm back.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Are you all right?
If I would have turned my porch light on, I would have been able to see to react to tripping over my fan to not falling to my doom.
Well, I'm glad you survived. So as you notice the tracks, check them out, identify them, you guys notice Adriel is not. She kind of pauses for a moment, sees you, but she keeps going, even if you say it's a crocodile.
Crocodile. Giant crocodile.
You guys continue with her.
I don't see any issue with it. Still staying on guard.
Patience
Yeah,
is
you
gonna
seem pretty
again try to
confident.
stay behind her, but
Worry
you know, again reiterate. There might be giant crocs that way. We're going along a game trail. Thought I'd let you know.
I roll.
Can I hear what she said, or is she speaking in a different language?
She's speaking in an Anor.
Yep. So you don't speak that language.
I
Mm-mm.
have no idea what the fuck she said.
You need to take a rank in linguistics next level. Okay, and I think that Brad might be close enough to hear this because I'm going to go ahead and move you over here.
I can roll
But
a
sure
perception
enough,
if you
as
need
you
me to.
come up on the rise, the trail leads down into a large sandy embankment that goes alongside both sides of this river. Across the river is a makeshift wooden bridge made out of the planks of a ship, and sitting on the bridge and in the river in multiple spots, you see sunning themselves 3 fairly large crocs. They sit there. One of them sits with his mouth open with birds sitting on it. The other 2 sit in the sun as their tails just lethargically roll back and forth. Is everybody seeing what I put out there?
Yep.
Yep.
I'm now seeing what you put out here.
Okay.
Patience is going to hug at Adriel's sleeve and be like, "Told you."
I didn't say I didn't believe you.
But we still kept on going in this direction.
Did you have another direction you wanted to travel?
I typically don't try to travel in the ones where they have giant crocodiles. But
You're
if
welcome to head
confident-
back.
Well, I can't head back now. I promised Mother I wouldn't let you guys die. I have a job to do.
Adriel just kind of sighs.
Look
Okay.
confused.
So you guys see the crocs there. Like I said, one of them's even on the bridge stretched out. The bridge itself bows into the water. It's honestly moving at a pretty decent pace, flowing through this valley.
Well,
The
do you
on
have
the
any
bridge?
suggestions? I say, looking to Patience. You're the one who can talk to pigs. Can you talk to these 2?
I can't talk to them, but I can try to make them understand we're maybe not delicious. Can you watch Pumbaa for me though? I don't want him to get startled.
He'd make a good distraction, actually.
If you hurt my pig, I swear to goodness I'll leave you here with the crocs.
Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on your pig.
What if the crocs
Thank
are?
you. Patience
Are
will
you
go.
are you moving quietly as you go up there?
She's gonna go back to like right here in front of the group, but not moving up all the way. And let's see. And she will use wild empathy.
Just so you know, you have to be within 30 feet to use that.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out.
Pretty close.
Trying to remember. Where's my. No snapping. 30 feet would be right about
Yep.
there. 30 feet from there would be right about there. 30 feet from
What's this? How are you doing this magic? What the
there.
fuck is happening?
If she starts getting kind of close, Adriel's definitely pulling out her glaive.
Yeah.
Patience will
What the fuck is happening?
not stealthily move, but will like very calmly and confidently move towards
Oh, open terrain out there?
towards I guess this one right here.
Okay.
I'm 95 feet away from that bitch.
So she'll probably go right about there. Oop, nope, snipe center. There we go. You're right about.
Oh, this is really convenient versus
Why can't I
Oh,
click
map.
my token? Oh, did you lock our tokens?
Did I?
I think so.
I can move.
I
What the fuck? What is this black magic?
I can't move mine for some reason.
If you're set on the ruler,
hold
you
on.
have to go back to
Oh,
the,
wait, hold on.
like,
There we go. Just kidding. I fixed it. I'm just a dum dum. I think that is.
Now what? What did you say?
I said I'm a dum dum.
Oh, no, I don't say that about yourself. Besides the point.
I don't know.
What
One
are you
more
saying,
scroll.
Goph?
to select your character again, you have to select back the select move little pointer at the top left after
Top
you've been in the
left.
ruler mode.
Gives me something I can type in. That's weird. Confused.
I'd be moving to right about there, Ben. Like I said, she's not going to be like stealthy, but she's just going to be calm and confident. So get into range for wild empathy.
All right. Okay. So as you begin to move there, sure enough, this one kind of moves its head to the side a little bit as it opens its eyes wide to notice that you're coming. Its tail flickers as if it's annoyed. Okay.
Okay.
And all right, go ahead and roll your wild empathy.
Ooh, not great.
I didn't see it. Okay, hold on.
Okay. So what do you do, Patience?
So she is just going to continue kind of walking towards the creature, eyes forward, quick, not quick, but sure steps, and almost like she just wants to walk through the gator. Kind of like if you had an elephant walking through a pack of like hippos. The hippos typically will move out of the way, or a creature will move out of the way because it seems to be a beast that's not concerned that it will be attacked. And she's kind of exuding a confident and like bravado aura around her, and is basically going to like walk up near and like kind of just scooch the croc out the way.
Okay. So as you do that, sorry guys,
Don't, sorry. You
I'm
gotta
still
do
here
a
with
bunch
you.
of shit. I
You're
understand.
good. You're good.
Adriel charges across the bridge while it's preoccupied eating Patience.
All right, fair enough.
Accurate.
I bring the mobile bacon machine with us.
Hell yeah.
Don't
In
use
case another
my
one gets
piggy
hungry.
as bait. No, my
As you,
Pumba.
Patience, as you go and do this, once again, it snaps annoyed, and this thing, you can tell it turns all of its attention on you, and it digs its feet into the ground and roll an ish. Okay, so let me
Pull
open
up
the
the
initiative.
tracker.
Just give me a second before you actually roll. Let me go ahead and put the initiative tracker on there. Let me clear it.
Okay.
Okay, so Ely, to do this, you have to click on your token and then roll an ish.
Hold on, okay. I can't see my token for some reason. You gotta make it smaller. Still
Right
can't
here?
see it. The fuck? And you gotta make it bigger. Hold on, sorry.
It's okay.
Bigger apparently. Oh, what the fuck?
Oops. I didn't mean to roll that 3 times.
There's my character. Okay, what do I
It
do
should
when I
be
get
the
to my
first
character?
one.
So click on your character and then hit the initiative.
How do you hit the initiative? See
On
On
your
your
character sheet.
The word initiative.
on the character sheet. Okay. Stack. Initiative. There it is.
Damn.
Must roll the 1.
Yeah. Yeah, it's red if you rolled a 1, and it's green if you rolled a 20. Or just minimums and
Oh,
maximums, I
okay.
guess.
That's cool.
And then if you hover over the 6, it'll actually show you your roll. So you had a 1, had a +5.
Nice. You hover over the 6?
Yep.
Second, I don't know how to do that.
Just with the mouse, your cursor.
With your mind.
With your mind.
Mind quad.
See it.
So like on
mean,
Patience's initiative,
I mean,
if you hover over the
technically,
number,
your mind is involved in that. So, go ahead.
so like on
I
Patience's
saw it.
initiative, if you hover over the 19, you can see that she rolled a 15 and had a +4. It's just kind of handy if you're curious about the rolls.
I don't see the +4, which is odd. I see 19. That's weird.
And your mouse cursor is over the 19.
He might be looking at the Pumbaa 19. Not
Oh,
the
yeah.
page.
Oh, I was looking at the Pumbaa 19.
Yeah, don't look at Pumbaa.
How am I? Okay.
He's a
Learning.
shy Pumbaa.
Wait a
It's
second.
a shy little pig.
Damn. Croc did not have a good initiative.
Good. Or at least,
Yeah, that is
crocodile
good.
number 3.
It's good for her since she's way the fuck out there.
She's
Yes,
got
I
a good
am.
initiative, though, too.
That's true. She does? I see Pumbaa 3 times. I'm confused.
I accidentally rolled his initiative 3 times, so we're hopefully using that top one.
Which one's hers? I'm confused here. Oh, 19. Nice.
We both got 19. Pumbaa and I are in sync.
Nice. One day, once I hit level 4, we'll probably have one of those.
All right. So this thing is obviously bearing down like it's about to rush, and we need some combat music. So get ready to turn down all the music because this is the way it's been working in this game. There we go.
Turn down all of these?
And it's a long story. All right. So Pumbaa and Patience, you go at the same time. So I don't care which one you decide to go first.
Alrighty. Let's
So
see here.
Pumbaa is going to be pretty much. In fact, I'm gonna move Pumbaa until you give him some sort of commands through Wild Empathy or through Handle Animal until he's
Handle.
trained.
Yep, understood.
Okay. So you can use a standard action to handle him if you're within 30 feet.
Okay. Which she is not currently. So
Mm-hmm.
she is going to, let's see, 30 feet. Gonna pull out her short bow and aim at Crocodile, the one right in front of her.
The bridge?
Yeah, the bridge crocodile.
Gotcha. All right. Sorry. Let me go back to here. Okay, you got a 16 to hit. You hit his flat-footed AC.
Alrighty, and it's a 2 piercing on him.
Okay.
Let's see. She's going to fall back to there. Ugh.
It was a bow, you said?
Yeah, short bow.
Okay.
And then 30 feet, yeah. That'll be her, and then Pumbaa, I'm going to, let's see, how much movement does he have?
I'm going to control Pumbaa until you give him some orders, until you have him trained. Is that
Okay.
acceptable?
That's
All
perfectly
right.
fine.
So seeing mommy in trouble, he kind of runs a little panicked as he runs up here, and he just comes up to the edge of this path and just like snorts panicked as he sees these things, and he's gonna keep going, and he's basically right there. He looks afraid to go closer to the crocodiles, but he wants to stay close to you.
Patience is going to smile at Pumbaa and stay in front of him, and then kind of look and say, if he gets close, gore. And let's see, I think on the next turn she'll maybe handle animal for that one. I think because that's an action, right? To command
Yes, it
him.
is.
Okay, so that'll be her turn.
All right. Adriel.
I mean,
I'm sorry. I
don't.
wanted to describe this. As you shot the arrow at this thing, it's very thick hide. Seemed to protect it very well. There is some blood coming out from where it hit, but it doesn't look like it hurt it too much. All right, go ahead, Adriel.
Huh. Well, you certainly seem to piss them off.
It was an accident.
Oh, okay. Never mind. She's gonna double move up to here.
I thought you were just gonna full around and be catty.
Nope, I'm doing that as a free action as I move.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay. So Adriel moves there. And what are you doing at that point?
It took two move actions to get up that far. So I'm
Okay.
done.
All right. So
I'm just-
as you're
I'm just-
heading back,
I can't
patients have to
actually
take.
like ready my thing against a charge or anything, but I'm readying it as best I can within the rules.
Okay, fair enough. And as Adriel goes past you and says that, patience, she still steps in front of you and pulls down that glaive. All right.
Definitely in
Is
a
that your full turn?
sort of protective stance. Yep.
All right, it's snack time for these motherfuckers. They haven't eaten anybody on stranded chip in a while, so just with complete agility, this one dives into the water and swims without a problem. And climbs up right here, and it opens its mouth wide in threatening fashion, and it digs its feet into the sand, and it looks like it's about to charge. Lointhrin.
Okay. Sorry, my browser's.
You're fine, bro.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna move up. I'm also gonna double move up, and as I walk, I draw the sword, or as I jog, I should say, I draw my Anduantoan machete, and I just wave my spell casting hand over it, and it shimmers with that blue light, and beads of frost dangle on it, and I throw on one of my arcane pools. So just double move plus activate magic weapon for a minute.
Sounds good.
And I'll cast the spell Bless. It's a 50-foot radius based on me. For all allies, we'll get +1 to attack and +1 saves versus
sweet.
fear. For
Hell
2
yeah.
minutes.
For 2 minutes?
Yep.
So, all right, starting now. Okay, sounds good.
And just so you
All right,
know,
so what was,
in
what
your
was it
character
again?
sheet, you can go to the top left in is it buffs? And add it there, I think. Oh, damn it. Maybe not. I don't remember how it works. Sorry. Ignore.
Consider it ignored.
what was it again? Go for +1 to what?
Bless +1 to attack and saves versus fear.
There is a temp
Awesome.
attack below all of your weapon attacks. You could put
Yep.
that.
Okay.
Attacks and saves
So
versus fear.
give us a quick description, Kellen, as you bless the party.
He'll probably move forward. He'll kneel down and start praying, and then all of a sudden, like a bunch of little green motes will appear in the air around 50-foot radius, just like kind of almost like a little mist. And then it kind of flows around and then evaporates.
Is a spellcraft a free action, or is that something completely different?
Wait, is what?
Yeah,
what?
you can just do it.
Spellcraft?
Yeah,
Can I roll a
it's in
spellcraft?
reaction. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, I mean, I don't know these guys. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here.
Yeah, you can feel free to roll that anytime without asking, and just tell me the results, and I'll let you know
Okay.
if you identify it.
Just want to double check.
You identify that he is using his divine magic to bless the party and make them stronger and braver.
Fucking awesome. Did I determine it hit me too?
Yeah.
Or-
Yeah,
I
it
think
hit everybody
does.
within
Yeah,
50
it does.
feet.
Okay, so everybody gets a +1 to attack and saves versus fear. And is that your entire turn, Kellen?
Yes.
All right, Croc 1. He's been waiting his whole life for the snack. All right, he is going to. Okay, he is going to sprint.
Yeah.
Normally slow and lumbering, this thing digs its feet in and moves very quickly. 5. I probably should have made the grid a different color.
Sorry. For some reason, beer gives me hiccups sometimes.
You staying hydrated?
I drank some water a bit ago.
Stay hydrated.
I know.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
I get a swig of water. Okay.
Okay. And it's going to charge straight into you, Adriel, as you're standing there pretty much directly in front of it. It
Cool.
charges. You take it right here, I assume? The attack of opportunity?
I can
Jet?
actually do anything to take a ready to action or anything like that.
Oh, I didn't know you actually readied an action.
No, no, no. That's what I mean. Is like I can't actually do anything as far as setting against a charge or readying an action or anything like that. I was just sort of.
It's an attack. It's an attack of opportunity. It's moving all the way to here.
Oh, right. I'm still not used to reach. I forgot that I could do that.
And Lutheran, he also provokes on you, so you guys both get an attack as it charges towards Adriel.
12 to hit.
Why didn't I see that? Let's see here.
You know what? Make it a 16. I'm going to burn a hero point.
Smoke 'em if you got 'em.
Oh yeah, I wanted to give hey Patience, I wanted to give you a hero point for that sweet combo you had with Gigi.
Oh, thank you.
Yep, I thought it was good. And okay, and
So I got a 16 to hit.
Okay, you hit.
Sweet.
But I only got an 11, and I did not use a hero point.
Okay. So Adriel, you hit.
Okay, 4 points of slashing.
All right.
As I
All right,
assume
as
my
it
Clinton
charges
is charging.
forward. Yeah, what is it, like a jab? Are you doing a jab or a chop? What are you doing?
As it's basically running towards me and continuing, I'm basically just using its own momentum against it and just kind of giving it a slash against its side. It's sort of like slashing itself by running its body across the blade.
Okay.
If that makes
And
sense.
it gives a growl as it slashes across its snout and its back. Blood starts pouring down its face, and it takes an attack. What is your AC?
16?
Okay. Okay. As it reaches out and snaps towards you, man, I assume you're pretty nimble. You just hop out
Oh,
of the
yeah.
way as it chomps thin air. Sound good?
Yeah.
All right. And that is its turn. Okay, Jace, it is your turn, and then next it is a crocodile, and then Pumbaa and Patience. So you might think about your turns.
A double move here, and draw my sword on the way.
All right.
Shield's already equipped, obviously.
Okay. Awesome. As you move up there, you can smell the hot breath and just the smell of the scat from before. This thing is horrifying. Its teeth, massive, jagged, and yeah. All right, that's your turn. Okay. Croc 3. Jumps in the water. It's gonna go here, and then it opens its mouth and lets out the fucking weird growling noise that crocodiles let out, and it's going to try to intimidate you, Lutheran.
Oh, nice. My response is that a will save?
It's I think it's actually versus character level. Let me double check that. Demoralize.
It is DC 10 plus
Speed.
target's hit dice plus wisdom modifier.
What's your wisdom modifier, bro?
Yeah.
-1.
God damn,
Okay,
so it's an 11?
DC 11. All right. And does that just last for one round, Brad?
It's 1 round plus 1 round for each 5 by which the DC was beaten.
Okay. It doesn't even have ranks to intimidate. It just seems like something it would do. Okay, this is gonna be
Hell yeah.
fucking great. Okay, as it does so, man, this thing is a stupid ass beast, and you face much more intelligent and cunning foes in combat. You're cautious, but not shaken.
I'm worried about you.
All right, Pumbaa. Okay, Patience, you can also take your turn first if you want to. Are you gonna tell Pumbaa's ass to do anything?
She's gonna tell Pumbaa to, I think the action she can ask is like a give aid.
Okay.
And she's going to point to, let's see, Luretharin, since he's gonna get easily booped by 2 crocs soon. So then when the brown one comes to like up and attack Luretharin when it does, she wants Pumbaa basically to rush it and gore it as a help to distract. I think is something he's able to do. Let's see, give aid. Animal, You point to a particular creature you wish the animal to aid. You point to another that you wanted to make an attack roll against, and it will comply. And it will comply if able. The normal creature type restrictions governing the attack will still apply.
So is it? Are you commanding it to attack? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, I think that's what that is. Sorry, I'm trying to read it to make sure I'm like doing this right.
Yeah, totally. Okay, go ahead and roll your wild empathy or your handle animal if you haven't already.
Oh, nice.
All right.
Nice.
Okay, and as you do so, it charges, and you're pointing at this crocodile?
There you go.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. And as you do so, Pumbaa begins to go, but I need to ask you something. Lutheran, did you add your +1 from Bless when you took your attack of opportunity?
I did not, actually, now that you
Okay.
say that.
You exactly hit.
Aha! So 5 damage.
Yeah. Okay.
Sweet. Good call.
Yeah. Because it's charging, so its AC is lower. Okay. Yeah, and you bring in a swipe just as you hear Patience saying this to Pumbaa. Pumbaa, you know what? I'm gonna let you move Pumbaa and attack him. Patience, since you commanded him, go ahead.
All right, so Pumbaa is gonna come right up here next to Luethrin, in between him and Adriel, and as this croc looks like it's trying to just take a chonk out of Pumbaa is going to tuck his head and hit the side of the croc's skull with all of his little body weight, all of his giant body weight to, I guess that would be like a gore? Like just, not really gore, but like he's trying to like just headbutt him out of the way to give Luethrin space and time to... I think you're muted.
Thank you. You can actually bull rush to push him back if that's what he wants to do.
Oh, okay, then yes, Bull Rush.
Okay.
Sorry, I haven't
Is
used
he-
the nail companion yet.
Does he have the feet?
No, but I do want to warn you, it could provoke an attack of opportunity.
Go for with it. She'll
Okay,
say
fair enough.
Pumbaa. She'll say Pumbaa.
Okay.
Yeah.
So are you doing the bull rush?
Yes.
Okay, roll a CMB from Pumbaa.
From Pumbaa, CMB. Da, da, da. There he is. Boon 12.
The crocodile does not take its attack of opportunity. This thing is stupid as it's chomping furiously at Adriel. It doesn't even seem to notice Pumbaa as Pumbaa fails to push him back. Pumbaa slams up against its side, but does not make it move back.
Sad face. Okay.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. That was
Okay.
patience action, and let's see here.
And then, yeah.
Let's see. She is going to stow her short bow and move. Oh no, she can't move. This is going to store her short bow for now.
You can 5-foot step.
All right, then come back to here.
Okay. Awesome.
That's it.
Awesome. Adriel. And then it is going to be some Crocs, then Lutheran, Kellen, and Jace. So get your turns planned.
Whoops, wrong key. As this thing is sort of chomping furiously at me, I'm gonna sort of, I don't know, pretend like I'm scared and try to back up and get away from it. And as I do so, sort of give it a leg to try and chomp on. And I'm gonna try and feint this thing.
Sweet. Okay.
And I'm gonna move back 5 feet as I do so.
All right.
And then I've got a -8 on my feint.
What is that opposed by? I forget.
I've got it listed in the chat there. It's DC
Yeah, I see.
10
Awesome.
plus target's BAB plus wisdom modifier plus, or it's sense motive, which I assume it doesn't have sense motive.
Okay. Yeah. There's no fucking
So
way.
that's
that
a 17 feint.
You fainted.
Sweet. So that's a 13 against its flat-footed AC
Okay. Yep. It has not gone. Yeah. It's flat-footed. You hit.
for 11 points of slash. I got a sneak attack in.
Hell yeah. 11 points of slashing.
Yeah.
Oh, nice, bro.
Basically, as it goes for the leg that I kind of left vulnerable, I just kind of bring it down and just slash at its face as hard as I can.
All right, man. As you bring it right down, you hit it right on one of its eyes and down its snout. You cut its face wide open. Blood sprays across you. And you know what, Jace? You get some blood, some reptile blood on you too. You're pretty close. And as you pull it back, this thing almost seems like it's just about to drop. It is not doing well. It's breathing heavily. It's panting, and it looks like it's going into a frenzy.
Nice.
It doesn't look good. Yeah. All right. Is that your turn?
Yeah, that's a standard action. So yeah, that's my turn.
Awesome, man. Good move. Okay, Croc 2. Okay, it charges. Jace? What's your AC? I know what your AC is. I can see it there. Okay, it charges. It's going to get a +2 to this.
Alright.
Alright. Okay, it comes in, man. At the last second you see this out of the corner of your eye, Jace. You bring your sword off to the side and lift your shield up. And just at the last second, you see its teeth raising over the top of your shield as you hold it up. And it just scratches down the front, leaving a nasty scratch on the front of your shield. But you push it back at the last second.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. That high AC is good to have.
Yeah.
Okay, and that is its turn. Lutheran, and then it's going to be Kellen, then a Crocodile, then Jace.
Lutheran kind of surveying the battle in front of him and seeing Adriel take a step back. Lutheran just kind of sliding past the Croc, trying to get into a more advantageous position. But for the time being, it's just kind of one step at a time. So he just slides up just a little bit and then takes a slash with his machete.
And you guys are flanking.
Oh, that is flank, isn't it?
Is it
But
a +2 in Pathfinder?
Yep.
that 9 does include the +1 from Bless now, so even with the +2, I'm still only at an 11. So
Okay.
probably just the thing slides its head out of the way, and my blade just bites right into the sand, and I pull it back, and probably overly concerned about the one that's probably about to come up right behind me.
Fair enough. You feel distracted by this thing behind you, and as you swing in, sure enough, it's just digs into sand. Okay, is that your turn?
That's it.
All right. Kellen, Croc, Jace.
Who was it that took the 9 damage of Croc?
What, bro?
Who was it that took the 9 Croc damage?
No one did.
Oh,
James's AC was high enough; it was a miss.
The 18 was a miss.
Yeah.
Oh god damn.
Yep.
wow.
Okay, I see what you guys
Yeah,
meant now.
right.
Okay. I was just a bit confused. Like, who had over 18?
Yeah,
That's
that's
me.
impressive.
He's fucking fast. He's got a shield. He's wearing armor. He looks like he knows what he's doing in combat. In fact, as you guys see Jace moving in combat, he seems like a skilled knight. I mean, he is quick. He knows how to hold his blade, and he brought that shield up when it probably would have crunched a normal man.
What kind of armor is he wearing?
Yeah.
You're wearing
studded leather?
Studded leather.
Okay, cool.
Right.
Large
I'm gonna
steel
pull
shield.
my
Spikes.
sword bow and take a shot at the Croc over by the water. He's
Okay.
still a little bit far off.
All right, go ahead. You hit.
1 damage.
All right.
Damn.
As you take a shot, man, it gives it a gash across the cheek.
All right, that's my turn.
All right. Croc 1 is not doing too well, but it doesn't give a shit. It's not smart. It's going to attempt to attack you, Jace. You're right in front of it.
Yeah.
And as it does so, it seems to be bleeding out. So, takes its attack. Actually, it is. No, it's not going to do that. That'd be. Why the fuck not? It tries to tail slap you.
Sweet.
There's no fucking way on the planet it's going to tail slap you. Okay. As it swings out its tail, Jace, you're nimble and quick. You just hop over its tail as it leaves a trail of sand in the air.
Yeah.
And it begins to bleed out. It is unconscious.
Nice.
I'm moving you temporarily, Luminthrin. Just give me a sec so I can
Yeah.
do this. Boop. Alright. Can you guys see that X?
Yeah.
Yep.
Do see an X.
Awesome. Sweet. Okay. And that is Croc 1's turn. Jace, it is now your turn.
I'm
It
kind of
gives a
powered.
hard. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Say what you're gonna say.
Oh, I was just gonna say it breathes heavily as it goes unconscious and begins to bleed into the sand.
One north of it, I am going to power attack, the full attack, sword slash with the longsword and a shield bash.
Do it.
Give me a second. I gotta find this.
Mhm.
Sure, I'm clicking on the right one. I think I clicked on the right one.
Sword and shield power attack. Okay, so as you swing out with your sword, it barely misses the thing, but you bring your shield in solidly and it strikes it. You hear a solid thud. And this thing charged you before its teeth were still on your shield. We'll just say that you attack around your shield with a sword and miss, and just push your shield back up into its mouth that's already open, and you gash its open mouth.
Yeah.
Nice.
You're all alone in this world.
All right. Is that your turn?
I think so. Is that included with my power attack damage?
Looks
yeah, that
like it.
includes your power attack damage. Yeah,
Look
we
at that.
calculated it.
Just double checking.
All right. Do
You
you
rolled a 6 and had a +2 and a -1. What's the -1 from?
power attack? Oh,
Oh,
for
right.
minus for damage, right?
Yeah, it says 1d6
Um,
+2 for strength and then a modifier of -1 for something.
Because
Trying
it's
to
a
think.
light weapon.
No, it shouldn't be a -1. Here, let me go ahead and change it.
Didn't I get a +1 for the blessing?
To attack, not to damage.
Okay. Yep. I'll do
Okay.
that.
None. Oh wait. So, hold on. Okay, so you actually deal 8 points of damage. We'll fix that later. I don't know why that's like that. Okay. I mean, I actually wrote this down, so I must have just made a mistake. Okay. So -1 more point of damage. Done. Okay, is that your turn, Jace?
This bonus damage is halved if you are making an attack with an offhand weapon or secondary natural.
Or
The
Power attack?
power attack bonus.
okay, so that actually was correct.
Sweet. Okay with it. I like the battle music.
I can't even hear it. I don't even know why.
I can vaguely hear it. I like it.
I can't either tonight for some reason. That's not on you, Ben. I wonder if it's my browser.
I have it turned down low so I can hear everybody, but I still enjoy it.
Oh yeah, I actually like this song a lot. There you go. I still can't hear it, but it is what it is.
I can
In
hear it a
fact,
little bit louder now than it was
my
prior.
turn. If it's too loud for anybody, just let me know. That was the problem we've had in the past.
Nope, I'm good with that.
I have it turned to where I need it for volume wise, so we're good.
Okay. I was actually kind of annoyed that I haven't been able to hear it this whole time. I can fuck with it later. It's not that important. Okay, so that was Jace. That's your turn. Croc 3. Lutheran. He's gonna do the deed.
Fair
He
enough.
steps forward and attempts to bite at you.
14.
Okay.
Damn.
Okay, he hits.
That'll do it.
What is your CMD versus trip?
Oh, damn.
Two. 16.
16?
Yep.
Okay. Actually, I'm sorry, it's versus grapple.
I don't have anything special, so it's still 16.
Okay. Okay, he's gonna add a +4 to this, just so you know. Okay.
That'll do it.
Alright, man. As he reaches over and bites onto you, he goes into a death roll. So the first one
Shit.
deals 8 points of damage as he crunches into you. And then he begins to twist violently in the sand. Okay, so
Damn.
let's see how that is. I'll just roll it. Alright, you take another 8 points of damage.
God
As-
damn.
And you're grappled. As the croc grabs onto Lewinthrin's thigh, you were nervous of this thing for a good reason. As you saw it behind you, it finally moves up against you. It bites on and begins to spin, and it pulls Lewinthrin into the sand.
So my max HP was 14, so the hit took me to 6, and then the death roll puts me at
Okay. Alright. So you go ahead and yeah, subtract that too.
Yep.
Lewinthrin goes unconscious as he spun around, leaves a spiral of blood in the sand as this thing twists him around.
Shit.
Patience.
Patience is gonna see Lutheran go down, and is gonna command. Actually, no, she's gonna leave it like that. She's going to come up behind and through people to right about here, right next to Pumbaa.
Okay.
And that's my movement. Is he still in the jaws?
Technically, I mean, yeah, the thing's still like spinning. I mean, at this very moment. But for all like intents and purposes, it doesn't. Not really. I mean, he's kind of just being eaten. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, he's being spun at this very second.
Fuck. You know, actually, I'm not gonna move. I lied. I'm sorry to everyone for lying.
It's like chess. You can't take your take it back after you.
okay.
So what do you? No, 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 no. No, seriously, go back to where you were. What do you do?
She doesn't have her weapon drawn right now, so I thought I had my daggers out. I'm like, I don't have my daggers out, so I was gonna just, I don't know, bum rush it. But then I also don't want Pumbaa to die. But if he's busy trying to full-on murder Luethrin, I was thinking about having Patience command him to just like bum rush the fuck out of that croc to push it and hope it drops Luethrin.
You can also pull a weapon out as you're moving, and it's a free action.
I thought,
Everybody has a base attack bonus of at least +1 now, so while you're moving,
you have a
you can
plus
pull a
2.
weapon out.
oh, I
Glad
thought
you can do that. You can do
I
that.
thought the
in
move.
D&D.
I thought the move action was either pull a weapon out or like move.
It's part of your movement. There's a
Yep.
special rule that if you have a base attack bonus of +1, you can pull out a weapon as you move.
Oh, okay, well, then I can move
If-
and pull out a weapon.
If you have 2-weapon fighting, you can pull out 2 weapons as you move.
Nice.
I don't think I have 2-weapon fighting right now. Yeah, no, I don't. She'll
Okay,
pull
so-
out her masterwork dagger then, I guess,
Okay.
and come up here and stab the croc in the eye.
Do it.
Do it till it's dead.
Yeah.
We're
Alright,
gonna
get
do
a
it.
crit.
And,
See
we're
that
gonna do it
crit.
and hope something happens. All right, so let's see here.
See this
Boop.
crit.
That's a good,
Oh.
good hit.
Oh yeah. You rolled a 19, right? Yeah, that's a possible crit. Roll to
Yeah.
confirm.
See it.
Oh yeah,
roll
it
what to
didn't.
confirm?
It didn't auto roll the crit.
Yeah.
No, it's an 18. It rolled an 18 as the base, right? 18 plus 3 plus 1.
She's got the
Oh
bless
yeah, it
there,
is an
right?
18.
It's 19 plus 3.
Oh fuck.
It's
It's a
what is
master.
this?
It's a masterwork. It's a masterwork dagger.
Oh
At the bottom. It's got.
no, it was
Oh.
An
it
18
was
though.
an 18.
Oh, 18, 3 plus 1. Okay, you're right.
Okay. Nonetheless, as
That's sad.
you see your comrade being spun into the dirt, you go up and you give it a good stab right on the face, and it immediately lets Luethrin go.
Cool.
It says, "Ouch."
I bleed.
The face.
Okay, and then it is Pumbaa's turn, and he's kind of on autopilot right now.
Mhm.
He's gonna do the same thing. He goes into a frenzy, seeing you facing this thing. Go ahead and roll an attack for Pumbaa.
Pumbaa, fuck him up.
Pumbaa. 16.
Pretty dope. That's a lot of damage,
That
too.
that
Not
hits.
bad.
All right.
Yeah, that's a good hit.
Pumbaa just goes into a frenzy, lowers its snout into it, and just rakes back and forth, deals deep cuts into it. All right, it's bleeding profusely. You see some of its insides on its outsides, and it's not happy about it.
Damn.
Okay, Croc 2. All right, Jace. It's just trying to get in closer and closer.
Did I get
and
skipped?
it takes another bite.
Hey.
Did you? Where are you?
It only took
Yeah,
a
you
5
did. I don't
though,
know
right?
how. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
What's what?
Adriel. It's Adriel's turn. Let me move Croc back to where he was.
I'm gonna come up and as Patience and the pig are fucking hitting this thing, I'm gonna come up and I'm gonna kind of, I don't know, gesture wildly and kind of flail my arms at this thing and yell in a language that nobody else speaks at this thing, and basically I'm gonna try and intimidate this thing.
You
Okay.
speak crocodilian.
Yeah, speaking Galbraean.
Hell yeah.
Possible spellcraft? Question mark.
Just an intimidate.
Okay, it's intimidated. It's shaken.
Fuck yeah.
Heck yeah.
Okay, what do you say?
Honestly, I was thinking about stealing the Maori chants. Are you familiar with those?
Oh
the,
yeah,
the
totally.
the Maori, like,
Yeah.
Yeah,
I forget what
do
they're
they call
called.
them? Yeah.
And something like that.
Maori.
Yeah,
So I'm like, Kamate! like just shouting in this fucking weird language
Hell
and just
yeah.
waving my arms wildly. My eyes are wild.
Haka. It's called a
Haka, that's it. Yeah, the Maori haka is sort of what I'd kind of imagined doing. I don't know if that's like cultural appropriation or what, but it's cool
Alright.
as hell, so I like it. So I'm basically coming up on this thing trying to, I don't know, fucking intimidate it.
All right. It looks startled. It whips around in a circle and just like cowers down a little bit.
Sweet. And that's a standard action, so I'm technically done.
Okay. All right. All right. This is when this thing tries to do its thing. Okay, that's number 2.
Oof.
Okay. Once again, you just knock it back with your shield.
Oh, that's right.
Damn right.
Forgot your AC was
Yeah, his AC is
high.
ridiculous.
Is the atheist? All right. Lutheran, go ahead and roll to stabilize.
But just a D20.
I think it's a con check. Maybe I don't even. I get confused with 3.5. Let me check it
Good news. That's the same thing for me.
out. Okay.
Nice.
A character must make a DC 10 Constitution check to become stable.
Okay.
I'm unstable.
All right. Go ahead and subtract another 1 hit point.
Okay.
What the heck?
Thanks for that. All right, Kellen.
All right. He will scoot over this way, kind of climbing up around the dead croc or the dying croc here. Or can I do that?
Yeah, that's fine. You can step on top of its corpse.
Cool.
That's
And I'll reach over and grab whatever mangled bit of tongue tied.
Blue.
Sorry, the blue
Blue.
elf down there is bleeding out. I'll
From now on, he's known as Lulu.
I'll touch him and do a cure light wounds on him.
Okay. Go ahead.
Six
Awesome.
points.
Move.
Man, all of a sudden, you feel the healing energy of these roots, these spiritual roots digging into you. Your eyes shoot open. You feel intense pain in your leg and your thigh. And you are laying on the ground with another croc on top of you. You see a boar, a patient, and an Adriel fighting this croc that was once above you.
You guys
Okay.
see me take my first gasp as I come back to life, and I go, "Not my toes!"
That's what happened.
I'm already down to 5.
Fuck, he's got 3 toes now, damn it.
All right.
Shake it.
That your turn, Kellen?
Actually, worse than that, he has all his toes, but he loses his heels.
Oh, fuck.
All right. Croc 1 is dead. Jace.
Okay, I'm gonna power attack, full attack on this guy above me here.
All right.
Let's see here. Oh, oh, oh. Somehow I've got clicked on a mouse scroll. Okay, here we go. See what we got here. Not very good with the sword.
Remember, you have that 1 hero point somewhere deep inside.
Well, what's up with the hero point again? I don't remember the rules on it.
You can either add a +4 or you can re-roll at this point one of those attacks. So you can choose to re-roll your sword attack if you want to,
Or add a +4 to it.
or add a +4 to it.
Kind of want to add a +4 to it.
Okay, so that'll make it a 12.
Sure.
Okay, your shield hits.
Wait.
Okay, as you bring your sword in, it just barely misses the thing. And your shield once again crunches into it for 6 points. And it's still going.
Wait.
Alright. And Croc 3.
Did that
seeing you
include
do
the bless on the sword?
Oh yeah, plus
Yeah, if it's just a +1, it still
Damn.
misses.
Okay.
Okay. All right. This one, seeing you do this crazy dance, it looks scarred, but it still snaps out at you.
Cool.
Actually, you know what? It's fucking stupid. Let's see. Highs or lows, Brad?
Always highs.
All right. All right. It runs.
Oh shit.
Nice.
It attempts to get into the water.
Do we
But
get
since it's a-
reaction attacks of opportunity when it runs?
Only in the second square, because
Ah,
its first
okay.
square is considered withdrawing, and it
Ah.
avoids it. But
So,
Lutheran,
what's his
you can
name
take an
does?
attack, and Adriel can both take one. But you are prone, Lutheran.
Give me a negative to the attack.
I think so.
Oh damn.
Whew. Angel is like, no, the fuck you don't.
You get a -4 penalty to this attack,
Oh,
but you're still blessed, so it's just a -3.
got it. Actually, so that would be 10. Well, so a miss.
And as it starts to run, Lutheran, you swipe out at its feet. Adriel, you just a quick backhanded slash at it, and you give it a slash from behind its neck and down into its gullet. And as you pull it out, it begins to bleed out and die
Fucking sweet.
Yeah.
right here.
Glad I moved all the way up.
Hell yeah, that's smart.
Star
I have
Wars
a-
music right now.
Yeah.
Question:
Yeah.
Can you make a double hand attack with just the sword when you still have the shield equipped?
No, but you can
Okay.
make it.
Just checking.
But if you put if you put the sword up, you can do that with a shield.
Is that a free action to put the sword up?
No,
Okay.
unless you have
Just
quick
checking.
draw.
Do not. One day I hope to.
Be a good one.
Okay. All right. Patience.
Patience is gonna see that croc is now down and will run towards here, where the other croc is still up, and swing out with her dagger.
Damn. A nice roll.
Okay. Can you show me your path of movement real quick, Patience?
Oh yeah, so she was here. She went here. Then one up.
Okay. It takes an attack of opportunity on you.
Okay.
All right. That's Croc 2.
When you moved out of this square where Adriel's at, that's where the attack got you.
This
So
square?
rusty.
Or
Yeah,
this
when
square?
when you left the square that Adriel is in right now, that is when it got it. Because you left the
Yes.
square that it was threatening. If that
Ah,
makes
okay.
sense.
As it snaps out at you, you just hop over its mouth and keep going.
Beans.
Surely. That doesn't provide an attack opportunity for me, does it? If it attacks. I didn't think
No.
it did.
Okay.
You could
It
take your
misses.
attack of opportunity on patience.
Don't do it.
I don't
Friendly
plan on
fire,
doing
friendly
that.
fire.
All right, Patience, you nimbly dodge it as it snaps out at you.
That's all she can do.
Was that more all your movement?
That was all my movement, and that was my attack.
Oh, I didn't see your attack. My bad. Oh yeah, you totally hit.
Yeah.
That was a
Sorry.
good roll.
Yeah, badass. All right,
Only
you give
gave
it a
me
cut.
two piercing, but
was a
she's
good hit,
doing
though.
more of a stabby stab than a slap.
Still, yeah. As you run up there and dodge its attack, you take that moment to give it a stab on the snout. This thing's not looking too good. All right. Pumbaa is following you.
Critical boy.
All right, roll an attack as Pumbaa gets there.
Do do do. Kill him, Pumbaa. Heck yeah,
Pumbaa-
Pumbaa.
Pumbaa killed it.
Nice.
All right, as you go up, Pumbaa's following behind you the whole time you're moving. As it snaps, both you and Pumbaa go in at the same time. You're on the same initiative. You stab it in the snout, and Pumbaa just starts goring into its face and its chest, just ripping into it. It doesn't stop even as the thing goes limp. He just starts tearing into the thing's chest. It's twitching and spasming, and it dies.
Yes.
Damn.
All right.
Can I hand a man animal to try to pat it on the head?
Pet who on the head?
He wants
the
to pet
boar.
Pumbaa. He wants to pet
Okay.
my Pumbaa.
I'm just curious. I don't know if it's
All right.
possible.
Yeah, you roll a wild empathy.
Work thing. Just not working. It is working. It's not efficient, but it's not gonna be good. Just trying it.
All right. This thing's in a fucking blood frenzy as it's tearing into the crocodile. As you reach out to give it a pat, you kind of decide against it as it's just going fucking nuts on this croc.
Nice.
But you can still appreciate it.
Don't judge it.
Yeah, I get it. Okay, and it is definitely time for a pee break. Ely, I'm surprised you haven't had one yet.
I'm going for another beer.
All right, I'm going for a pee.
Maybe another chicken thigh.
Peace
Those
and nice.
those delicious torching chickens. They're so good.
Adriel's gonna offer.
Caroline moves into Llewellyn.
I'm listening. Oh yeah,
Adri-
yeah. Go ahead.
Adriel's gonna offer a hand to Llewellyn.
I'll be right back.
Winther was like on a knee, massaging a bruised shoulder from when he was getting thrashed and rolled on the ground.
Yeah, that was pretty fucked up.
Takes Adriel's hand, and he kind of immediately turns around and gives a bow to Kellen as he feels another round of healing. Because literally, you're a lifesaver, my friend.
I'm just doing what I can.
What do you guys do?
Patience is probably gonna see if she can collect, like, maybe crocodile bile from a gallbladder and put it in a vial.
Okay, go ahead and roll your craft alchemy.
Gross.
No, it's bile, not vial. It's going in a vial, but
The bile vial.
vial.
The vial. That's vial.
Bile.
Bile in the vial is considered vial.
Yep, a vial, bile, vial.
Man,
Well,
English
find
sucks.
it.
Worst language. Makes no sense.
Okay, sorry, and let me check that out. Okay, yeah, sure, why the hell not? You're able to cut open a gallbladder. You guys see patients just go to town, slice open the guts on this thing, and start looking through the organs. Every now and then she'll pick one up and look at it and throw it behind her back. That's obviously not the one, and she eventually finds one she likes.
All right.
And make sure to dodge out of the way.
You have a
Very
shield.
careful. Very
I
carefully.
put my shield up then.
She holds the vial in one hand and the gallbladder in the other, and making a small incision at the bottom will actually place them right next to each other, and then squeeze the gallbladder until all of the bile is strained out into the vial.
Okay. All right, you recork the bile vial, and
The vial
you
pile
do it.
vial.
You do it in style.
Is there a survival check to like save some of this meat later?
Yeah, you can chop up some gator tail, some
Yeah.
croc
Gator
tail.
meat.
All right.
Gator
So
nuggets.
so while these two are just slicing into the corpses, what are the other three doing?
I'm asking Llewellyn, how you feeling?
Yeah, I'm probably still, I'm grateful to Kellen for the healing he's done, but I'm probably still kind of like taking a knee, checking to see if I have any of these open wounds. I think they've mostly kind of healed over where he's healed me, but yeah, there's still a lot of tenderness. So
We do have another Cure Light Wounds potion in the party fund.
Yeah, might not be the worst idea. I mean, I always hate using those kind of resources, but I'm at 6 of 14.
Um,
so
I mean,
Patience.
I don't know do we know who's carrying the party fund? Doesn't matter.
A patience will kind of look behind her and say, catch. And she throws a Sargundi vial, which adds a +2 heal to the roll at one of you in that general direction.
You catch the Sargundi.
Yeah, how's this work?
Someone has to roll a heal check, so it's like over the course of an actual heal
Well,
check.
I can roll a heal check.
It takes time to actually heal damage. I'm pretty sure. So it's something that someone that's skilled will actually have to use.
Yeah, treat deadly
could
wounds
probably
takes an
use-
hour.
Oh fuck.
She can technically like do the heal skill after she's done, but would it have to be something like they do on the way, like at like?
I think it's pretty much overnight. Let me look it up. Pathfinder
Sorry,
heal.
Jace.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, first aid is a standard action, but that's just to stabilize someone. Treat deadly wounds takes an hour, and I think it can only be done like once a day or something. And then otherwise, it's providing healing while somebody's resting overnight.
Oh, you scared me.
So if you want to spend an hour, you can patch them up and get a +2 bonus. Or you
Spend
can
an
just take
hour.
your light wounds.
He's an elf. He's the most familiar out of the party that I'm familiar with.
I mean, it wouldn't be a problem to take a short break and kind of catch our breath.
Okay. All right. So.
Eat something. Call it lunch.
Okay. Let's see.
They do have croc meat now.
Okay, go ahead and roll your heal check. Anyone else can aid that would like to.
I already rolled it.
Okay. Would you like to aid him as well?
I can aid.
Patience? Or are you just going to let him do his thing? You get a +2 for that vial. Okay.
I get aid too if that helps.
Okay. Go ahead.
Deadly wounds is just a 20.
But if you exceeded by 5, you had your wisdom
Oh,
modifier
nice.
too.
Wait, how do I aid? Sorry.
I do not aid.
Just roll a heal check. If you get a +10 or higher, it's enough. All right, cool.
Nope.
Damn.
So, actually, no. With the plus, it's enough anyways. With the, you guys all do it, and with the vial, oddly enough, it actually helped and got you 5 over. So, what is your wisdom
Nice.
modifier, Ely?
Should be a
Or,
2. Let me
Jade.
double check.
Yeah.
Yes, it is a 2.
Okay, so you heal 4 hit points from this as you guys spend time, find some shade under one of these palm trees, and begin wrapping up Lewinthrin's wounds. Patience, as they're doing this, you honestly feel like you're kind of getting in the way. There's a lot of people already doing this. You sit over to the side, and you notice a small thorny vine growing up one of the palm trees, and off of the vine itself are little yellow flowers going up and down it. You've seen this before, and you've read about it. You realize that you're looking at cat's claw. Okay, you can Google what it looks like, and you know that this actually does have some medicinal properties, and you think that if you use a heal check to treat a disease that someone has, it will give you a +2 bonus if you make a poultice out of it.
She will collect that yerb.
Okay, roll a d4, and you can spend the hour making the poultice. All right, you get enough of the cat's claw for 1 dose. Roll your craft alchemy. Give a shit.
I'm gonna use my hero point for that.
Okay, fair enough.
0 for that. I'm just gonna re-roll.
Okay.
Sweet.
That's
Perfect.
better. That's much better. Okay.
There you go.
Ooh.
Sweet.
Awesome. So you're just over there with a little pestle, mixing it up, mixing it with some of the river water, a little bit of crocodile dung. Okay.
Wonder if we could use it to help with gangrene.
Yeah.
Wink, wink, wink.
Mm.
Okay.
Well,
And
pink
there.
eye.
Go ahead, Ely.
Nothing. I was just like making a stupid joke.
Okay, so 1 hour passes as you do this healing. You make a poultice, and pretty much the only person not involved in the healing or the poultice making is you, Adriel, and Pumbaa, of course, who is also making a poultice of his own.
Nice.
What do you do, Adriel?
Honestly, I'm just kind of just walking a couple circles around the area, just kind of keeping watch, keeping an eye out. Generally making perception check.
All right, roll a perception check. Okay, you kind of get a lay of the land as you go back out on the hill on the other side and look over. The jungle begins to get thick again on the other side of the sandy embankment, and it rises up into a few hills heading towards the mountain that is closer to the coast, and that's in the general direction that you're heading. There's a bit of a valley where the jungle fills below, and with your 13, it's going to be easy enough to notice this. You notice what looks like a pillar of wood, and not a tree, standing out of the midst of a clearing off in the distance, probably about a mile off in the distance. Hey, you can't make up more than that, but it's strange. It looks like a tree without any leaves or branches on the top. It kind of looks like the mast on a ship.
Is that the
Something
direction
like
we
that,
were
like
headed?
Yep, a giant pillar
Okay, cool.
made of wood. Probably about 40 feet high.
I think that might be our destination. And I'll kind of point it.
Patience will look in the direction that Adriel pointed and say, "Well, that's good. I think Luritha needs a nap."
I'm feeling better enough. I think we can press on for now.
Indeed, whenever we came across these things, wrestling them didn't exactly seem like the best move. But I applaud your bravery. She'll give him a
Move
wink.
to the side.
I feel like I did a pretty good job distracting.
Well, I tried my best. Right, Pumbaa? She's patting Pumbaa's head, who is still smattered in blood and gore. Proper war pig.
Pumbaa saved me. I mean,
Yeah,
you
that's
all
pretty sweet.
saved me, but Pumbaa's the real MVP. Most
Yeah,
valuable.
some fucking ass, man.
Yeah, he did.
Pumbaa did work today.
So is he, if he survives, is he gonna be your animal companion?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, he's cool.
Yeah.
Boars are fucking awesome. Plus,
Boars
it's
are
just like
freaking awesome.
your character's cool. She's really like developing into something very unique. I like it. All right. Okay. So you rest up, get healed up, make a poultice, and notice this strange wooden pillar off in the distance. You see some markers along the trail, as well as a few of these campfires. You've noticed a couple on the way. You see one on the other side of this bridge. Obviously, some campfire to ward off grandfather grief. What do you guys do?
I guess they follow the path.
Continue heading on down the path.
Keep on.
Okay.
Yeah.
You head into the thick and push down the trail, cross another stream, and at this point in the stream, you're either forced to take your boots off or get them wet because there's no bridge here. Travel across the slippery river rocks, and before too long, as there's a bit of a clearing, sure enough, you see this it's a mast sticking out of or raising above the trees. Hanging from the mast, and it looks like it was taken directly from the ship, you see strips of cloth hanging and blowing in the wind. There are 4 or 5 of these strips of different colored cloth hanging over the top of the I forget what the if you guys are nautically inclined, I forget what it's called, but it's the very top part of the mast. And as you get closer and closer, you see there's a clearing where the trees have been cut down and moved to the side, and it looks like it's been kept fairly clean. This is what you guys see. Just give me one sec.
Unrelated question.
Yeah.
Did Jace find out how much croc meat he was able to gather?
Oh yeah. What did you roll on your survival check?
I don't think I actually rolled it. You didn't
Go ahead and roll it.
require me to do it. Okay.
Yeah.
That
Hope
is
we
a
get a
graveyard.
decent
Yeah.
sized piece of that tail.
Okay, I'm gonna say that you get enough for 5 rations of croc
Sweet.
meat. Okay, and as you peer out, sure enough, Patience Tempe, you're right, metagame. You see
Sorry.
mounds of no, it's fine because that's exactly what you see. You see mounds of soil, weathered, covered in weeds, but the whole area looks fairly cleaned. Next to this mass that overshadows the entire thing, obviously some memorial from the peril itself. You see carvings in the bottom of this mast, and each one of these graves is made out of logs bound together by ropes that have obviously been replaced multiple times over the years. Some of them sit at angles, but it still looks fairly taken care of. Personal effects lay in front of these graves themselves, and it looks like a fairly hollowed, respected place.
Sweet loot.
Hell yeah. Okay, you guys see that, I mean, you see the vigil of the peril. This massive mass dragged from the ship this far inland to honor the dead.
Patience will walk up to the graves, and again, as she and her mother have been well traveled, they have numerous times seen trailside graves, roadside graves for those who met their end before their journey was completed. And she will say a small prayer to Sakratel.
Okay, go ahead and move yourself wherever you want.
Where's my piggy?
This.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, he's
It's okay,
there,
though.
and he's gonna pay his respects too.
Okay.
Here you go. He follows you. Boop.
Boop.
Oh, actually, I put him on the wrong layer.
That's not my piggy. Where's my piggy? My bouncing bacon boy. There you go.
Okay. And as you go past the mast, many names have been carved into this thing, in various languages. And the only two, two apparent names that aren't there, you don't see Millie or Lore written on there as well. The wind pulls through these scraps of cloth hanging from this thing, and they just gently whip against themselves in the wind. Laying in front of these graves, again, you see personal effects, obviously from the sailors, and some of these effects have been worn over the years and into the dirt a little bit. But it looks like they've probably occasionally been taken out and cleaned off and laid back down there. Some of them are rotten almost into nothing, but there they are.
Alrighty. As
Gonna-
Patient bows her head and also Pumbaa imitating her, you'll hear muttered words of in the great embrace of the tree of light and things like that. Like may you feed like the seedlings of the new light. And she'll do that like short muttered couple sentence blessing across each of the graves, as Gigi had taught her.
Okay, and this takes some time, but you guys see Patience showing this respect to all the graves. What are the rest of you guys doing? Hopefully not
Adriel
being,
will
like,
probably be a little bit rude and not
figured.
and kind of ignore the respects
Fucking
that
love it.
Patience is showing and just kind of shouts, "Lorb! Lorb, are you here?" And that's it. I'm not expecting a response, but she's just yelling over whatever Patience
Do
is
you
saying.
guys give Adriel the response she's looking for?
Lutheran doesn't stop Adriel, but also doesn't just doesn't pay a lot of attention to it.
Assuming she doesn't get a response from a halfling, she just kind of shrugs and
Awesome.
then lets Tempe go about whatever she's doing.
So Lutheran's kind of used to seeing strange magical things happen in particularly hallowed or unhallowed grounds, and especially given that on an island just a short ways away, the living dead came back to life. So he's actually going to cast detect magic, and just as Patience is going around and paying respects at each of the graves, he's just sort of casually letting his sight into the potentially magical realm scan over the whole area, kind of go over the graves, check the mast, all of those things, and just see if there's anything that kind of pings him as having a magical nature to it.
And you know what he's casting, Jace, just so you know when you use your spellcraft.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm gonna say as you go through the rounds on the various graves, patients, and you move through here, you like obviously here you see a drinking horn sitting on top of this one, and you see another drinking horn that's fallen off. You see a cast iron pot here that looks like it might have had some clothes and flowers in it at some point, but right now it's mostly filled with just leaves. As you move across all these, names are etched on all of them. I don't have names generated, but I can if it's important. As you move up to this one, you see a child's toy next to some flowers that look fairly fresh. They're barely rotten, laying there, and just some clothes and other artifacts. Obviously, it must have been some child's grave. It's hard to say at this point, but it looks weathered and more old than a lot of them. Maybe 10, 15 years old, laying here. And just about as you're getting there, Lewinthron, as you're heading up, kind of scanning, right? That's what you're doing, looking around.
Yeah.
You sense the presence of magic. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you see anything, or just keep concentrating?
When I just first sense it, I don't say anything. I try to zero in a little bit more on where it might be coming.
Okay, so let's see. First round. The presence, okay. All right, so patience, as you get there, do you do anything different for this grave?
Because Patience sees it as the grave of a child, she's gonna lean down and kind of dust off, I guess, the wood as obviously rough hewn and kind of just roped together, dust it off as nice and straighten if it's kind of crooked, rearrange the flowers so they're straight, and with her pinky, she's actually gonna draw a smiley face in the dirt and then a tree right next to it. While again saying her prayer, just adding a little bit more whimsy to the solemn prayer of basically wishing the spirit, to go to Sakratel, and be comforted in the branches of light, since it was a child.
Okay, give me 1 sec. Let me make sure I have the right aura of magic that he's detecting.
Boop boop.
No.
Dig this sound, actually.
You like this song?
It doesn't
I want to
matter.
get some. No, I want to get something a little more appropriate, just because.
Jace is probably looking for tracks. He's a fucking.
Okay.
He's a fucking
Okay,
hound.
1
He looks for
sec.
tracks.
Alright, guys, I thought I had this on hand. Is this it? Okay. Okay, perfect. Okay. Okay, so you detect the presence, and a round later, as she's brushing this off, go ahead and move yourself exactly where you're at to brush this off. Patience.
Brush which off?
You said you were cleaning off the grave?
Oh yeah, so she's gonna be right up here to the side, basically, brushing it off, straightening the flowers, putting the little smiley face on the tree.
Okay. Alright. So as you go up there, you realize that you're detecting 2 magical auras at this point. Lewinthron. And as you sit there for a moment, concentrating a little bit longer, I would like you to go ahead and roll your spellcraft. or I'm sorry, DC 15. Let's see, Knowledge Arcana is what you roll.
And do I do it separate one for each aura,
Yeah.
right?
Go ahead and roll one for each.
Knowledge Arcana. There we go. Does it go twice?
Okay.
And I think on the first one, I would use one of my hero points.
Okay, go ahead. So that would be a 15.
Oh,
I see. Just re-roll.
that's what I was gonna try, but probably was not the right move. But that's all right.
Okay. No, that's fine, man. As you sense them, I'm going to let you know. You sense one directly in this square right here, the one to her left. Okay. And then there is a presence right here. A magical presence. Okay. You don't see anything standing there, and you can't tell what school of magic it is. It seems like maybe it's a little bit more powerful. You just can't quite figure out what you're looking at. But you sense something there.
I say, I think the Winthrin would kind of look up, eyes still glowing with this magic, like a shimmer to them. Say, patience, you do well to honor these graves. I think the spirits may be close at hand. And then I kind of say more, just like to the surrounding areas. And if you are here, spirits, know that we wish you no ill will. We come on a benevolent mission sent by one of your former crew members, merely seeking to reunite lost loves. We certainly seek not to do any disservice to the memorial that rests here. We honor you. We appreciate the sacrifice you made as castaways here.
And for a moment, as you say that, you feel a shimmering in the magical aura. Go ahead and roll a diplomacy check, Lewinthorn.
Wellington is saying that Patience kind of looks at him. She thinks to herself, I can do more than just draw in the dirt, and will take one of the grapefruits in her bag and actually will use her dagger to carve it into a grapefruit flower as an offering to place on the child's grave.
Okay. All right. Roll a general craft check, because I want to know how cool your grapefruit flower looks. You can use craft herbalism. It's a fucking herb. Or professional herbalism, whichever one you have.
Let's see here.
Okay, I saw that you added that, Lewinthorn. I noted.
Profession yerb. Poop butt.
Okay.
It don't look pretty.
It gets juicy. You cut into it and try to make it as beautiful as possible. It's a standard grapefruit flower, but as you carve into it and place it down with respect, Lewinthorn, as you say this, you guys all start to hear it. Just a silent, distant, quiet weeping of a child. It picks up, and you start to feel it deep inside your heads. Honestly, you can't tell if it's around you or within you as you hear this crying pick up. You hear it call out. You hear it call out for its mom. Mommy, where are you? It cries some more. It sobs, honestly, uncontrollably. I can't find you, Mommy. I'm lost. The sobbing continues, but it's not as strong as you felt it outside of the house when it dug into your brain. Patience. It cries for a little bit longer, and then it begins to get quiet. As you're still detecting this magic, I'm assuming you're concentrating on it, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
The presence that's right here, you actually feel it move away. It disappears. And the crying slowly abates and becomes quieter. But this one right here is still there.
Well, that was unnerving as hell.
Okay, and we're gonna wrap it up there.